Hi, this is Dr. Jacques Jaspitri, and we're back here at the Bullpen event at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. And I'm here with Ariane Tom from Kaleida Capital. Hi, Ariane.
Hi, Jock. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so could you tell us what got you here to this
Yeah,
point?
so this year at JP Morgan, I am sharing with a number of people my new venture fund. It's called Kaleida Capital. We invest in precision neurotechnologies.
And can you tell us a little bit about your background and how you got into what you're doing now?
Yeah, so my background spans deep academic science, patent law, and venture capital. So prior to launching the firm, I previously worked in venture, investing across different types of life science tools and diagnostics platforms, as well as some drug discovery platforms. Served as a board observer as well, in a few of those. And prior to that, was working at a boutique patent law firm, working on the IP portfolios of medical devices, and other kinds of lab-on-chip devices. And prior to that, my real bread and butter is research focused on developing revolutionary materials to interface with the brain. And so that takes many forms. You can design different materials to deliver drugs to specific regions of the brain. You can design materials to interface with the brain to record and stimulate certain regions, as well as create artificial skin that can impart a sense of touch to prosthetics and other types of things that require more sensitivity. So all of those things I've had an opportunity to work on and publish on, and with some of the top researchers in the field, and bringing that forward.
Wow, so you started off with this scientific background and then transitioned more into the law and the other
Yeah,
aspects
yeah.
of how to apply the science.
And I really think that my experience, post academia, really learning how to work with C-suite executives and their engineering team leads on some of their inventions, really was a wonderful stepping stone and training ground for evaluating what types of technologies are really novel and non-obvious, but are still scalable and can have businesses built around them.
Yeah, that's amazing. And as far as Kaleida Capital, what's the mandate? What's the mission, the focus of that
Yeah.
company?
So we invest at seed stage, and there's an important reason for that. There are a number of really incredible innovations that have happened over the years, and the combination of some of those things really starting to come out of research labs with, with some really exciting things across AI and data analytics, microelectronics, neurostimulation protocols, novel biomarkers, and things like that. And so, really, that early stage is where that ramping up of all of that is starting to come out, and we see a lot more opportunities there. And then, so we invest in seed stage where we're focused on U.S. based companies at the moment, working with a number of folks in our network who have been, dedicating their careers to public policy and, in the regulatory and reimbursement environment related to these types of devices and tools for neuro. So I'm super excited about that.
Very cool. And you feel both the markets and the political environment, they're ready for these innovations?
I think that right now what's happening is a really incredible set of dialogues that are actively happening, and so this world is very dynamic, and it's wonderful, that I can be plugged into that. So I work with another group that, some colleagues of mine are real leaders in talking to some incredible policy leaders who are really advocating for improved funding and dedicated research in mental health and in longevity and in human flourishing in general. And a big part of that is going to be neuroscience and being understanding of that in a deep level. So.
Wow, interesting. Could you tell us more about neuroscience and precision medicine and what what you think is exciting there.
Yeah, I think we've learned a lot from work in oncology and in immunology in the recent years. Our ability to sequence and analyze biomolecules at very high accuracy has enabled us to develop biomarkers that and from there we're building upon that continually and multiplexing some of those biomarkers and connecting that with other types of data on each individual patient. I think that's going to give rise to this era of precision neuroscience, which ultimately will be able to tune and to tailor therapies or other types of approaches for individuals who might have a range of different diseases.
That's amazing. What are you working on now?
Yeah, so as a fund manager, there are three things that I'm working on simultaneously, really. And the first is, we're always looking for really interesting investment opportunities, connecting with founders. I travel a bit, so next week I'll be at the annual meeting for the North American Neuromodulation Society, and we'll hopefully be meeting a lot of physicians, founders, other innovators, other investors interested in that space, and excited to learn and to get updates on what's happening there. Secondly, I am actively, doing a lot of business development and connecting with other investors, people who might want to potentially co-invest and learn about this field of neuroengineering and what's under the hood and really how these things work and what ideas might become part of some of the biggest companies in the years to come. And lastly, building the actual back-end operations, processes and protocols, building the team. And so that's really about firm and organizational building. So I do all three of those.
That's awesome. And what can the Bullpen do to help support your initiatives and your goals?
Yeah, so I'm incredibly excited to be a part of this community today. It's starting these relationships with really incredible experienced deal makers, whether they be investors, whether they be C-suite executives. I think we all have a lot to learn from each other. And where I sit is really at the cutting edge of neuroengineering and early stage investments. And so, if anyone wants to come and chat with me and learn more about what I'm doing, I'm happy to share more. And allow myself to lend an expertise on the space. And then, beyond that, I'm also, would love to learn more from experienced founders, operators, as I'm also a founder and embarking on that journey. So,
Yeah, so the challenges, of building a successful organization.
yeah.
Absolutely. Well, if you want to learn more about Ari and Tom and Kaleido Capital, you can go to bullpen.ventures or link in bio there. Thank you so much for telling us today about your story.
Thank you.
And we're back. This is Dr. Jacques Despitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Rajiv Datar Dr. Rajiv Datar from Chromatin. Hi,
Hi,
Rajiv.
good morning.
Morning. Could you tell us about yourself and Chromatin?
Sure. I've been in biotechnology right from the day I graduated. I have a background in both chemistry, biochemistry, chemical and biochemical engineering. Completed my PhD in Sweden. I started in Sweden, ended up finishing it at MIT and did my postdoc at MIT, and
Wow.
then got involved in the biotech scene. That's where I first began to think about entrepreneurism when I was at MIT. Until then, I was working for a Fortune 100 company in Sweden, and so it didn't really.
Wait, how did you end up in Sweden? What was the...
It was because I did my undergrad in England, and at that time there were not many jobs in chemical and biochemical engineering in England, whereas the two big companies that were servicing the biotech processing area field was Alfa Laval and Pharmacia.
Okay.
And so there was a job offer at the university in Manchester, and I applied for that, and that's how I ended up in Sweden.
That's awesome. And how did you make the transition to MIT?
That was a joint research project between the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm and MIT.
Okay.
And so the last year of the PhD program, the three students that came from Stockholm to MIT and from MIT to Stockholm. So that's how I ended up coming to MIT.
That's amazing. And then how did that lead you to be with Chromatin?
I've been in this for a long time, and that's a long story. So I'll shorten it as much as I can. It's when I was at MIT, there was let me step back. What Chromatin is doing is revolutionizing a 123-year-old process and technique. It began in 1900. It's called chromatography, which is absolutely essential for biological purification. And it began in 1900 with a gentleman called Michael Sweat, the Russian botanist, who packed a glass column with some resin and separated chlorophyll. So you get one peak. From that point to now, it has remained essentially a packed column. Okay? But with the new modalities like monoclonal antibodies and gene therapy, that's not proving to be adequate. So what Chromatin has done is turned it on its head. Instead of a packed column, we move the resin around we pump the resin around like in a conveyor belt.
Okay.
And we do all the operations simultaneously. And that is a dramatic improvement in productivity, 10 to 20-fold better than what you have in there. But the way I got into this was we had tried this when I was at MIT, way back, as continuous purification, and it didn't actually work.
Okay.
Many reasons. The resins were not strong enough, the membranes were not good enough, all sorts of reasons. But from my days at MIT to now, I'd gone to drug development, equipment design, did my own entrepreneurial stuff. So we did a deal with Johnson & Johnson in March of 2020, just before the pandemic hit, on a small asset molecule. And we're cooling our heels for almost 18 months. And suddenly I get a phone call from Christian Engstrom saying, Rajiv, he said, I believe you had done some work in this area a long time ago and it didn't work. I said, no, it didn't work. We didn't get it to work. He said, I have a company that apparently has made it work. Are you interested in looking at it? So I said, yeah. So that's how he introduced me to Chromatin, and I said, it's like your firstborn, right? You tried it the first time, it didn't work, so let's make it work this time. That's how I ended up coming to Chromatin as a CEO.
That's amazing. So that's a fundamental tool, is chromatography. So this is really going to have a huge ripple effect in biotech.
Yes, and we are actually looking to establish this as a platform for cell and gene therapy, not so much cell but gene therapy. Adeno-associated viruses, lentiviruses, plasmid DNA, especially mRNA, the big impetus in mRNA.
Wow, so because people can get much better results with this platform versus the standard chromatography.
Way better. It's very cost effective. They're small systems, they run continuously, so you don't need large tanks and 1 meter, 2 meter diameter columns, it's hard to pack those.
Totally.
And so this makes it life easier. And the whole system, except for the stainless steel part, everything is disposable.
Wow.
So use it one time for one campaign and sterile dispose it off. It's all plastics, gets recycled and put on another flow path, and you're running again. In 24 hours, you're running another batch of a completely different product.
That's amazing. It's transformative of the whole industry. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And what are you working on now?
We are working to actually, we launched the first process development unit in September of this year in Boston. And this year we're focusing on a real commercial launch. So its first unit was bought by MIT. And we got about 3 or 4 clients who are now lined up for sales this year. So 2024 is a crucial year for us, essentially to start the sales and then to scale up into GMP production units.
And what's your ask of the bullpen community?
I got introduced to the bullpen about this time last year, and it's been very informative in terms of being able to connect with people, connect with those who've got different expertise from different areas. And our ask has always been to be able to network and to be able to speak to people who can help us either meet people as resources. For human resource, for example, you need a senior director when we get there, and plus some potential funding avenues. We're okay for funding right now. We're lined up, but still, the ask is essentially networking and to meet with people with potential clients as well in the bullpen.
That's exciting. If you want to learn more about Dr. Rajiv Datar and Chromatin, you can go to bullpen.ventures, and his link in bio will be there. Nice having you here.
Thank you
so
very
much.
Okay. Yeah. Bye.
Yeah. This one. Dr. Jacques Despitri of Soho MD, back here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. And I'm here today with Dr. Satish Tadikanda, who's a senior lecturer at Harvard Business School. Hi, Satish. Nice to have you here.
Hi, Jack. Pleasure to be here.
So can you tell us what got you here in terms of your background and what you're working on?
Yeah, so I'm currently a senior lecturer at Harvard Business School, focusing on primarily on teaching courses on entrepreneurship in the life sciences. And I'm here at the JP Morgan conference, primarily because several of my students are here,
Oh, nice.
and some of the companies that I'm working with are present here. So I've been here as part of those activities.
So they paid attention in class.
Yes.
And prior to going to being a senior lecturer, what were you doing before that got you to where you are?
So I've been an entrepreneur in the healthcare and life sciences space for about 25 plus years,
Wow.
and along the way, built and sold some companies and been involved Primarily over the last 15 years in working with young entrepreneurs, who are about to launch companies. And as part of that, I was one of the co-founders of a program called Scale Up, Thai
Scale Up?
Scale, yeah,
Okay.
which helps companies which are a little past the seed stage to kind of go from seed stage to Series A type of companies to really think about what are the things which go into scaling an organization. It's mentored. It's a pro bono program which a number of successful executives mentor these companies. Hand-to-hand combat, stay with them for like few months and help them. So it's been a very successful program over the last 10 years. But as a natural output of that, I've been involved with the Harvard Business School for the last 7 or 8 years or so, and both as an executive fellow and entrepreneur in resident, but more formally over the last few years, teaching entrepreneurship in the life sciences.
Yeah. And in terms of what you've been teaching, what do you think are the key factors that help people succeed in the life sciences if they want to be an entrepreneur?
First of all, like there are two or three clear things, right? Like, getting the idea, right? Like, but moving beyond the idea, there's a lot of blocking and tackling type of things, securing the IP, thinking about how you want to formulate a lot of your preclinical activities, early science validation activities, and then really keeping a mind on the end markets, and how do you work backwards to think about what it takes to get from that idea stage to, you know, how do you think about your indications, what market sizes, and those are the kinds of things that you really need to think about the longer picture beyond an idea stage, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then, and do you stay in touch with some of the companies afterwards? So after they've gone
Oh
through this
yeah,
program?
absolutely. Work with a number of companies over the years, but what we are really trying to create, specifically within Harvard Business School, is a entire ecosystem which goes all the way from helping students think about both careers in the life sciences, either to join startups or big companies, or coming from an investment perspective, how do you look at investing in the life sciences? But looking beyond that, providing that sort of survey of what happens in the life sciences to students, is to look, also get a subset of students who are interested in launching companies, or much more broadly also bringing the same type of uh, teaching that we are doing to the executive education side,
Oh, nice.
right? Like, all along, from not just MBA students, but also execs.
So people who are in real life doing this, and you're
Yeah.
able to take the knowledge that you have and then help them apply it to their
Yeah,
day-to-day
so
operations.
typically companies come in and look at it like, either you are cross-pollinating different functional groups to learn about what's happening across. And a key element of it is also, as part of this course, we are looking at a lot of advanced things happening. So they also want to look at, what's coming, and, how are things thinking about.
So
How are
keep their
people
finger on the pulse
Yeah,
of the
and then
marketplace.
there's, increasingly there are new techniques. Obviously Gen AI is pretty hot now.
Yeah,
AI,
it's very hot.
but how do you use data from the healthcare side of the equation, post approval or other things, to influence a lot of the life sciences activities, either to recruit patients or to look at real world evidence or things like that. So all those are in the mix.
That's amazing. That's a
yeah.
lot of exciting work happening up
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. And the hope is to, create this whole ecosystem where, each part, like, kind of builds up on the others, So,
Totally, and builds momentum.
yeah, absolutely.
And what are you working on now that you're excited about?
Aside from my teaching, like there are 2 or 3 other activities I do. Like I'm still continue to be an entrepreneur, and my latest venture is called Trove Health, which is actually just about the point we were making earlier, looking at sort of democratizing a lot of the longitudinal patient information to look at both trial design, patient interactions, recruitment or retention or post-approval activities. So that's one place, especially with the Cures Act there, it's allowing patients to unlock a lot of their data.
Yeah. I see.
So-
So then you're trying to figure out ways to
Yeah.
operationalize, make use of that data. set.
Correct. And the key is longitudinal information about the patient, not just, like a claims data here, transactional things, but how do you look at a patient across? So in order to get a true picture, either for real world evidence, synthetic trials, or recruitment, or any of this.
That's amazing. So you're able to absorb that data set, analyze it, and then produce
Yeah,
meaningful
correct.
patterns and
Correct.
information. And so Trove is providing the infrastructure for other corporations doing this?
So Trove is actually has like at least currently has 100,000 patients worth of
Wow.
longitudinal information, longitudinal, not just transactional. But we are continuing to build on that so that companies can look at where cohorts of patients are and what are the other types of, or you could use that data to train your language models, the skinny models, which are very specific to. So that's one area I'm involved in, and the other area I'm also involved in is, I run a series of webinars along with the summit, the Digital Institute at Harvard Business School, focused on the responsible use of AI,
Nice.
right, within the
So-
life sciences
so
and
needed.
healthcare. Yeah. What guardrails do you put in? How do you think about it? And everything associated with using it responsibly.
Yeah, absolutely. Like balancing, regulating it with letting it
Yeah.
actually
Correct.
advance. Like you don't want to
Correct.
stifle the growth, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you skinny it down, put like guardrails around it to be able to use it appropriately without, bias or having intellectual property issues, but at the same time, how do you relate that narrow specific data to outside? I mean, interestingly, I'm on the board of a company which is doing exactly the same thing with imaging data, right?
wow.
Like how do you train models on taking imaging data and analyzing it to be able to make some predictive type of things.
yeah, it's important work. And what's your ask of the bullpen and the bullpen community?
So the biggest thing is, obviously to do all these kinds of activities, it takes a very collaborative effort. If there are ideas that folks have, or they're young, or startups, or other kinds of things, where either they need to connect with other fellow entrepreneurs, or if they want to have case studies written about them or other content to be generated, would be happy to collaborate. Yeah, absolutely happy to collaborate with companies. That's how we work. And if there are interesting ideas somebody wants to write about or create content around, I'd be absolutely open to working with them.
That's amazing. That's
Yeah.
amazing. Thank
Yeah.
you. So if you want to connect with Dr. Satish Tadikonda, you could go to bullpen.ventures. His link and bio are there. It's so great to have you here and learning
Thank you,
about
Jean.
all the work that you're doing.
My pleasure. Thank
All
you.
right, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Jacques Despitri of Soho MD. I'm here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Pooja Majmudar and Ro Mehrotra. Mehrotra. Got that? Is that good? Is that good? And they're both from SVB. Really glad to have you both here.
Thank you so much, Jacques. It's amazing to be here at the Yacht Club.
Yeah.
Phenomenal space.
Yeah. Can you tell us what got you both here?
Yeah, I can start. So, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, we are still around. For people who don't know that or were unaware, SVB and my team, the startup banking team, we've been close partners with Bullpen Ventures and Christian. We've hosted events together and, essentially built community for early stage founders. So that's what brought me here.
And before SVB, can you tell us like your background, like how you ended up
course.
doing the work that you do?
So I have primarily spent my time commercializing early stage inventions. So after I graduated with a PhD in molecular biology, I worked with compounds that are now in the clinical stage.
Oh, nice.
The compounds that I worked on were exclusive license to a company called Promontory Therapeutics. So
Okay.
that's when I caught, you can say, the entrepreneurial bug, and I went the tech commercialization route, spent close to a decade in academic tech transfer before moving on to banking here at SVB.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And Ro, if you want to.
John, I'm on the other side of the
Yeah.
equation. I'm basically on SVB's private bank, so the wealth side of our business. And my journey was, completely haphazard how I got here. I had started in strategy consulting and then spent my career in private banking at Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan and across the last 16 years before joining SVB. And you can imagine how much interest there was in the life sciences and healthcare space. So I didn't bring the academic background to it, but the business side of it was just first generation wealth creation was so prevalent that we started forming a niche to really focus on the unique needs of these founders, the entrepreneurs, and everybody in the ecosystem. And it was a great business because there's so much of these are repeat entrepreneurs, and he ended up basically starting a practice area. SVB was just the world leader in that regard, so it ended up being a nice fit for me.
That's amazing. And in terms of SVB, can you tell us in terms of, and I'm sure everyone already knows it, but just the story and the focus and why people think SVB is as great as it is? Because we still think it's great. Despite the challenges, it's a great organization. But from your perspective, what makes SVB so great?
So I can take that. The bank was established in 1983 primarily to serve the tech ecosystem in the West. But over the years, the type of networks SVB developed just by supporting founders in the tech sector somehow had a trickle-down effect, and SVB essentially started serving the innovation economy, not just in tech, but also healthcare, life sciences. The bank is synonymous with early-stage founders. When you think of SVB, you think of, a founder-friendly bank.
Totally.
But the team that I work with, the startup banking team, we serve the super early stage ecosystem from inception through Series A. There are different teams within the bank that you can think of them as quarterbacks, with you at every stage of the startup. So like me, supporting early stage founders, making sure that, I am able to catalyze, their startup journey and bring them to a really valuable inflection point that maybe, on the development of the technology side or on the fundraising side, that's where I come in. And so do the other teams that work with companies across all stages. So where we pride ourselves in working with founders is we're not just a bank, but you can think of us as an extension, of your venture, of your startup that is with you right from inception to exit, whatever that may look like for you.
That's amazing. So you really get access to resources that set you up for success.
Yes.
And that's unusual. Most banks don't have that sort of ecosystem and that infrastructure in place.
Yes. So
Yeah, and maybe I'll address just the most recent chapter of the bank's history, right? If you think back now, 9 months since we've had a regional banking crisis, of which Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, First Republic, there was a whole handful of instability that took place in the market. So the next chapter really has been our ownership through First Citizens Bank. And this is a third generation family-owned entity that has stepped in with an incredibly strong balance sheet, about $200 billion,
Wow.
and the commitment and support for the innovation economy has been unfaltering. So we've been able to do business as usual, both on Puja's side of the business, but more importantly on the wealth management side of the business, where you need the balance sheet to lend, you need to lend to individuals, and you need to be able to put that to work, and First Citizens has been 100% supportive.
Yeah, and it says a lot that First Citizen has been around for so long, through so many up cycles of the economy, and they're still so strong. So it's a great combination of of SVB innovation plus that kind of stability. So that's a wonderful
Agreed.
combination. And then in terms of what you're working on now, what's going on? What are you excited about in this coming year?
So again, I have a very non-traditional background. I don't have a finance or a banking pedigree or background, so to speak. Where I come in is, to support founders, and a big chunk of my time is spent on educating them, bringing them resources that would ultimately benefit them one way or the other, get them closer to where they need to be. So SVB, and everybody knows this, we are not just known as a bank, but we are known as thought leaders. On December 5th, we launched our inaugural Women's Health report. And that report has been phenomenal, and we've received tremendous feedback from the ecosystem as to just the breadth and depth of the analysis that was done. And the very fact that we were able to spotlight a sector that is growing, and we were able to bring voices, within the report, that essentially. The report essentially was able to spur dialogue that was happening many a times behind the scenes or on the sidelines, and we made those conversations go mainstream, which is really important. So sectors that needed to be highlighted, we've done that with that report. So I spend a lot of time getting feedback from our founders, our ecosystem partners, as to what do they want, how can we support them, and thought leadership is a phenomenal piece, way by which we educate our founders and we arm them with the right information as they venture forward and fundraise.
Yeah, and generating a report like that is a testament to your thought leadership, because it's so needed for people to really understand how to engage women founders and to give them more support in
Yes,
building their
exactly.
organizations.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe I'll add for 2024, the agenda is broad and deep, but in the side of private banking, personal wealth management, it's very much a customization business, right? It's one-on-one thought leadership, advice, guidance. We've all seen this. Entrepreneurs are knee-deep in their business.
Totally.
And very focused. And often they don't pull up and actually ask, what does this mean for me? How am I protecting myself? What planning should I be doing? How should things be titled? Right? All of this becomes where the private bank is a key resource. And I think we have a deep bench of expertise. I will say, and this is going to be somewhat provocative, having a lack of capital markets activity in the last 18 months has actually been beneficial from the private banking side.
Interesting.
Because it's given these founders and owners and entrepreneurs mental bandwidth to have the conversations that are so critical and often don't occur during these times of just euphoria. So we've been able to have planning conversations on trust and estate and all of the things that you need to do to optimize your after-tax return or exit.
Yeah, it was a sober moment in the financial markets where everyone had to see the reality of their business models.
Exactly.
So yeah, so no, I think it's a great point that you're making. And then in terms of the bullpen, what's the ask as far as SVB goes?
So again, I think my ask, I have two asks. Just going into 2024, looking back at 2023, again, like you mentioned, Jacques, 2023 was sobering for us in many more ways. So keeping that in mind, as founders are getting to fundraise and looking to start their new year, is to just go in even more prepared. And I say this to all our founders because I work very closely, hand in glove, with our clients. Just make sure you do the due diligence, as investors do due diligence on the founders, even before they get into a conversation. When you're approaching investors, again, this might be, too provocative and without, sounding too blunt.
Provocative is good.
Yeah, just don't come across as too hungry
Totally.
and too needy. Um, you know, uh, just just look for friendly advice, and not them to take out their checkbook and write you a check. So happy to chat with people more on that topic. And on the other side, the ask would be, what do you want to see from us? Are there any topics that you would want SVB to look into, do a deeper dive into, to do more analyses? What can we do for you in 2024 is what my ask would be.
Yeah, it's
from-
interesting. It's really focusing on the relationship. It's not just the money. It's saying who are the people. What support can I get? What guidance?
Yes.
Yeah, all that's key for
Yes.
succeeding.
I might just add, our ask is pretty simple, which is be forward thinking and ask the questions associated with your personal balance sheet that oftentimes you deem to be not something that you want to have in open dialogue. So the resources and deep bench at First Citizens SVB Wealth are there to answer those questions. We do it in a group forum where we talk about how assets should be titled. We also do it in a one-on-one context, but more often than not, the conversation that really frustrates me is that it happens too late. We're at a Series C or something that's so far along that our planning tools and opportunities are more limited. And so I only encourage the audience and the bullpen to basically ask often, ask early.
Yeah.
Nothing is considered, inept, because this is a world that's new to everybody. And this notion of trust and wills and powers of attorney, sometimes that people think that that's just not for them or it occurs much later. And I just ask you to pull that forward.
That's really insightful. Thank you both, Pooja Majmudar and Ro Meritra.
Exactly.
Thank you both for being here. And if you want to learn more, you can go to bullpen.ventures and see their links and bios. Thanks. We'll be back.
Thanks, John.
Thanks.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Spitri of Soho MD at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with April Worster from Snell and Wilmer. Great to have you here.
Hi, nice to meet you.
You too. Can you tell us what got you here?
Sure. Well, I met Christian at Meeting on the Mesa last October in San Diego, California. That's a cell and gene therapy company or conference, and he invited me to engage with Bullpen, and it seemed like a really engaging and collaborative community, and so I wanted to partake and come and meet folks in person at the Bullpen.
That's awesome. And before you got to Snell and Wilmer, what was your career? Or what was your past?
So I went to undergrad as a biology major, realized I did not want to do biology for the rest of my life. I did not see myself pipetting for the duration, and so wanted to find out what I could do with a biology degree if I didn't want to be a biologist. And so I found out about patent law, and I decided to go to law school. And so I went to law school and then graduated and primarily practiced in intellectual property and tech transactions.
Very cool. And then what was your path getting into your current organization?
Yeah. So I worked at two large international law firms for about 8 years, and then after that, I went in-house and I worked at ViaCyte, which is a regenerative medicine company, and then went to Genmark Diagnostics, which was acquired by Roche, and then decided to come back to private practice.
Very cool. And tell me more about Snell and Wilmer.
So Snell and Wilmer is a large law firm. We're primarily based on the West Coast. We have over 500 attorneys. Pretty much any area of law that you need help with, we can help you with. We're really well poised to help startup companies. I would say that's one of the things that we do best. We have a large breadth for sort of corporate formation, intellectual property, employment law, that sort of thing.
That's amazing. What are you working on now?
Yeah, I primarily help cell and gene therapy companies and CDMOs, so primarily in the cell and gene space, regenerative medicine. Most of my practice, as I said, was primarily focused on intellectual property and tech transactions. So I do a lot of licensing work and other sort of transactions that biotechs need, material transfers, those sorts of things.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
And then in terms of the Bullpen, what's your ask of the community?
You know, I'm mostly here to give back to the community. I've given some advice to Christian in terms of sort of helping to run Bullpen, and then as well trying to, help startup companies think about their intellectual property, think about some of the legal issues that they're facing, and so just trying to offer advice to members of the Bullpen.
That's awesome. So if you want to learn more about April Worster and the work that she's doing, her link in bio are at bullpen.ventures, and you can connect with her and learn more information there. Thank you for being here today.
It was great to talk with you.
Yeah, same here.
Take care.
Dr. Jacques Despetri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference, here with Justin Irizarry from OrganoBio. Great to have you here, Justin.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Yeah, so can you tell us how you got here?
By plane. No, I'm the CEO of a business called OrganoBio. We're a South Florida-based tissue and isolated cell supplier to cell and gene therapy companies, and also a supplier of clinical trial services such as cell isolation, cryopreservation to hospitals, big pharma, sponsored clinical trials. Yep.
Yeah. And prior to OrganoBio, how did you? What was your path there?
A little bit circuitous. I don't have a bio background. I started my career as an investment banker and was a finance geek for a little bit, but ultimately got bit by the entrepreneurial bug. After business school, started down the entrepreneurial path, and in about 2018, aligned with the current investors in OrganoBio, and together we started OrganoBio to really be a trusted supplier, trusted partner to what we saw was a lot of customers' need cells in cell and gene therapy. We thought the industry was very, very intriguing. The science was very legitimate. Certainly the capital formation was very strong around the science. But as everybody knows, a lot of classic biotech companies, are funded to advance the science, to get the science from one milestone to another milestone, but the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow is obviously some sort of commercialization or set of cash flows, right? And a lot of these biotechs that are working on the science need external support, need assets that they might not develop themselves, such as supply of tissue, isolated cells, services to make a product and to commercialize a product.
And what makes OrganoBio special in terms of being in this market sector?
Well, a number of things. First, we have authored, we control, we develop, and we manage our own supply chain. So we don't have strategic partnerships, if you will, where we rely on a third-party partner to get us raw tissue. We have built a supply chain of peripheral blood mononuclear cells. We've built a supply chain of birth tissue, including cord blood, cord tissue, placental tissue, so on and so forth. And we curate that database. We manage it, I think, very well, very actively. And then to that, we marry cell isolation capabilities, which means that a customer can come to us with a set of specifications. We can meet the customer where they are in terms of volume and in terms of specification, and we can move very fast in not only getting them custom product, but getting it on a repeatable basis and at scale. And so what you find a lot in the industry is that biotech will go to industry for some of the services or products that we offer, and after a certain point in their journey, they'll have to drop that relationship, let's say because their existing partner can't continue to supply at an increasing scale, and or they need to start sourcing the product clinical grade.
Wow.
And so what OrganoBio does is paints and has a long runway for the customer. We can manufacture clinical grade material. We do that routinely now, and we start with the donor. So it's a really nice integrated solution. All of our QC, all of our QA, all of our productization, cell isolation, manufacturing is in-house. It's co-located together. So we can move very fast. We can move fast with custom products and be a long-term partner.
So you remove a lot of risk for the developer.
Usually, it's funny that you say that. Usually, when you turn down the dial on risk, you're turning up the dial on cost. As you know, you can imagine if some of the capabilities are disaggregated in the market, which is what you often see.
Totally.
There's a lot of chain of custody issues. It will increase risk. It extends timelines. So we feel like we can really turn down the dial on risk while we turn up the dial on speed. And speed's the name of the game in this industry, and risk reduction is the name of the game in this industry.
Yeah, that's an incredible value proposition for
Yeah.
your partners.
Yeah.
And then in terms of what you're working on now, what's exciting you in terms of what you're doing?
Well, I mean, we're very bullish on the market. We think that cell and gene therapy really is here to stay. We support both autologous and allo technologies. So I think what we're working on is just more of what I described. We're supporting a lot of very interesting programs, both research and clinical based. Most of our indications that we support are anti-cancer in nature. And then another set of services that we support are clinical trials services, which there's a lot of excitement around, particularly with pulmonary diseases. We think the need for instance, third-party cryopreservation as an external capability is very exciting. So we offer a solution there. We just think that there's a lot of runway in this industry. Obviously, we want to support it to the largest extent possible. And I think we're also excited by this industry just maturing, where there's good division of labor, right, in the industry. You see tech developers developing tech. You see industry supporting that tech, suppliers such as ourselves. You see a number of hospitals, not just the big cancer centers, but regional, local hospitals, offering anti-CD19 therapies, cell-based therapies, so on and so forth. So just looking forward to that maturation.
That's awesome. And as far as the bullpen, how can the bullpen support, or what's your ask of the bullpen?
Well, we're a Miami-based company, and so I think that means that we're kind of in the far corner of the biotech world. I think my ask would just be to get to know us and get to know our capabilities. What we have found is when customers discover us, they're usually very happy with our products and services, and we end up being a long-term partner for them. But frankly, if you're a cell or gene therapy developer, we should be talking. If you're a hospital that has a stem cell transplant program and you're enrolling in phase trials, we should be talking. If you're big pharma that needs cell isolation or cryopreservation services, we should be talking. And so, our wish with the bullpen is just to have more of those conversations, greater awareness of what OrganoBio does, and talk about the solutions that we can offer.
Awesome. So if you want to learn more about Justin and OrganoBio, you can go to bullpen.ventures. Justin, thank you.
Thank you.
That was awesome. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Spitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. And I'm here with John Bonham Carter of Jaguar Biotech. Great to have you here, John.
Good morning.
So could
Nice
you tell
to be here, Jack.
Yeah, could you tell us what got you here?
I come from London a long time ago. I live currently in Somerville, right next to Cambridge. And I have a company called Jaguar Biotech. I am a sort of, I guess, an entrepreneur, a small-time entrepreneur over many, many years, couple of failures, couple of recent successes. And I'm a board advisor to Evia Bio, which is run by Christian Eggstrom. And this company is got a super interesting concept of trying to replace DMSO in cryopreservation.
Really? Tell us more.
So it's the standard at the moment is this DMSO, which goes into all cell therapies. It actually goes into all sorts of blood banks and all sorts of cryopreservation, including reproductive health and so on as well. But it's highly toxic. It damages cells, but there is not anything else which has been FDA approved. So people are forced down this road. And for a lot of people, it works well. But people increasingly in cell therapy realize this is not the right solution for them, particularly if you've got delicate cells which might be damaged. You might be worried about iPSCs being maybe transformed in some way. You might not have that many cells that you're trying to preserve, and so any death in those cells is a problem. And equally, if you're sort of doing in cell therapy, you might be injecting some straight into the heart, you might be going to the brain, or maybe in pediatric indications, you're going to be very worried about putting a known toxic substance into people.
Totally.
So of course people say, well, you just wash it out, but in that you start to lose cells, and there's a time issue and there's a reproducibility issue. So the ideal is just, well, can't I have a naturally occurring substance that has exactly the same effect? And that's what we're trying to achieve.
Wow. And how are you going about achieving that?
So our founder, Alison Hubble, in Minnesota, she is fantastic. She's a world-renowned expert in this area. And it all derives from sort of quite interesting research on, well, how does nature cryopreserve its materials, right? It clearly doesn't use a toxic substance. And it solves it in a multitude of different ways, as you would expect from nature. But typically, you're using sugars and sugar alcohols, for example, in trees in Canada and the north of the US, that survive extremely cold winters for a long period of time with a high degree of reproducibility, obviously, because everything survives up there. So having learned how that all works and saying, how do we apply those principles to our own cells, to human cells, and by optimizing various components for different types of cells, we can end up with a solution that is often better than the current standard, and ensuring that it's a safer alternative to what's out there.
That's amazing. And you're seeing promising results with what the company is working on?
Yeah. So, I mean, today we have a number of customers who are super happy. They often have more than just one problem, these customers, because this is a complicated area. So we might be solving one of their issues on the supply chain or on the delivery or on their cell health, right? They might have a viability issue and we go, well, we can help with that.
Wow.
It may not be the safety profile that is the driver for people. So our team has experts to be able to optimize a protocol and work to make sure that everyone's trained correctly with our solutions or maybe with our alternative solutions to make sure they've got an optimum. But clearly, we hope that people use our solution the most because it is so easy to use and it's not toxic. And at this point, as soon as we get into clinical trials, I think it will expand out of our niche area of people who clearly need us into a wider market and then larger adoption.
Yeah, it sounds like there's going to be widespread need for this.
It sort of sounds
platform.
obvious,
Yeah.
right? But in fact,
non-toxic, still effective, and
right, and also has this nice word we can use, natural, because it was derived from learning about nature. And you can sort of see also, if you look at reproductive health and you go, well, you've got sperm and you've got eggs, and hang on, how are you preserving those guys? They're all in a toxic material that we know is detrimental to human health.
Wow.
And now we're going to be using that to preserve for how many months or years these critically important cells. So you can see that in that industry, there's also going to be huge adoption once FDA and other regulatory agencies look at this and feel that this is safe for use, either direct injection or is certainly much safer on the cells than it is at the moment.
yeah, it's a compelling proposition. Yeah.
That's what we think.
Yeah.
That's what we think. So today and yesterday, we're talking to people who've got these problems. We want to be understanding truly what their problems are and making sure we've understood. Often it's a multifaceted problem, and we may not be able to solve it all, but we can certainly help in particular areas. And we're looking for partners who have cell therapies in particular, with indications in those sort of brain, heart, or maybe they're highly diseased patients that can't handle toxic going into there, or people with very delicate cells that are worried about the total number of cells they'll be able to recover once they've thought their product in a clinical setting.
That's awesome. And what are you working on now?
So as well as Evia, I can't talk about our customers, unfortunately. That's all confidential. But we've got about 3 or 4. We would like to have 3 or 4 more. So we're looking for 3 or 4 partners, not more than that. That would be perfect. And we want to have these partners work with us to get into phase 1. So if they've got issues that they are worried will impact their phase 1, then we're going to be a perfect partner for them.
And what's your ask of the Bullpen community?
So I'm going to flip subjects a little bit. I'm also an angel investor. I'm an investor in Evia as well as an advisor. And I think all people who have biotech tools, I'd be interested to talk to say, can I help as you prepare your business plan, as you think through how you're presenting to the community? Have you understood truly the nature of the problem you're trying to solve? And I often do a lot of consulting for free for that. And it allows people to, I get a lot of enjoyment out of helping people explain the problem they're trying to solve. Because there's a lot of scientists who really understand the science, but they're not always such great communicators about how to explain to the market or to investors really the problem they're trying to solve and how will the world be better at the end of it. And I'm pretty good at that.
Yeah.
And hopefully I've done a good job with Evia today explaining why there's a real need and how we go about solving it too.
Yeah, you've done a great job. So if you want to learn more about John and Evia, you can go to bullpen.ventures. The link in bio will be there. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despetri of SoHoMD at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Anna Argo from Cytotherics. Nice to have you here.
Nice to be here. Thanks for having me.
So could you tell us what got you here?
Absolutely. So what got me here was Christian Engstrom, the founder of the Bullpen. He invited myself and our company, Cytotherics, to be involved in the first Bullpen last year for the JP Morgan 2023. And we've stayed involved with the Bullpen at the Bio Conference last year in Boston, as well as here again in 2024 JPM.
Very cool. And before you got to Cytotherics, what was your path there?
Absolutely. So I spent the first 10 years of my career in nonprofit fundraising. Most recently, and the biggest chunk of that 10 years was at children's hospitals and clinics in Minnesota.
Nice.
I spent it there doing fundraising for major gifts and some specific clinical care areas at the hospital. One of the programs I fundraised for was a gene therapy program that was a partnership with the Mayo Clinic, which is some of the basis for the technology that was spun into Cytotherics out of Mayo and Children's. So I did my business school while I was at Children's and hopped over to the corporate side in 2020.
Very cool. And then with Cytotherics, so what's the origin of that and what does it do?
Yeah, absolutely. So the technology, as I mentioned, was founded at the Mayo Clinic. We have a bioincubator that's proprietary that is licensed specifically to us to expand primary human hepatocytes or liver cells.
Okay.
These primary human hepatocytes are the functional cell type of the liver and are used currently in only research settings because of a limited supply that's available. So it's used in toxicology and hepatotoxicity, metabolic studies, and drug development, as well as disease-specific research. So we're looking to build this platform technology to create a better supply or a more consistent supply for the research market, and then to enable therapeutics in the liver disease space.
Wow. And what are you working on now?
Absolutely. So we're working on finalizing our proof of concept with the bioincubator and getting it to a place where it can expand readily available, consistent, high quality primary human hepatocytes. And we're building out our therapeutic programs. The first is another technology license out of the Mayo Clinic. It is a bioartificial liver or liver assist device, kind of
Wow.
analogous to a kidney dialysis machine, but
No
for the
way.
liver.
That's
So
amazing.
it's removes toxins from a patient who is in liver failure and bridges their liver either to spontaneous recovery, as the liver is a regenerative organ, or to transplant.
That's amazing. And so you guys are heading that up and working on this.
We are, yes. It is a partly owned subsidiary of Cytotherics that we're building that technology in. But then we also have another technology that we acquired last year from a company out in San Francisco that is a universal hepatocyte for cell transplantation. The goal with that is to address rare disease indications initially, things like PKU and hemophilia B, for a curative therapy
Wow.
for those diseases with hepatocyte transplantation.
That's amazing work. And what's your ask of the Bullpen community?
Absolutely. So like a lot of people, we're here at JPM this week and at the Bullpen fundraising. We're raising a $45 million Series A currently to fund the final runway needed to get commercial with our research grade product, and then to get through phase 1-2 clinicals on our liver assist device, and to get us through the preclinical on the hepatocyte transplant program. So looking for fundraising dollars, looking for partners in this space from a research and toxicology standpoint. Today's Tools Day at the Bullpen, and so we very much are a tool for the research community, and then looking also to find partners for future disease indications with our hepatocyte transplant program.
That's pretty incredible work. And if you want to learn more about Anna Argo and Cytotherics, you can go to bullpen.ventures. The link in the bio will be there. Great having you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Spitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. And I'm here with Mel Hernandez from Matterworks. Great to have you here.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
Yeah. So could you tell us what brings you here?
Well, I came here for a couple meetings with the Bullpen, and it's been great to be able to have a nice spot here to network with different folks from different different companies.
And before Matterworks, what was your path to getting there?
I have an interesting path. I think a lot of folks that are in BD kind of take a more traditional route of getting a PhD or an MBA and then going directly into a business development type of role. I joke that I'm a failed scientist. So I started at a laboratory running a sequencing facility for about 4 years. We were high throughput. This was many, many years ago when high throughput was not very high throughput like it is today. I eventually got pulled into a company that is called Applied Biosystems as an application specialist. I was there for about 11 years, and through that time, there was a couple acquisitions. We became Thermo Fisher. And what's really nice about that company was that there's so many different elements to Thermo Fisher, and so every couple of years, you could actually go try different things and learn a new, essentially join another division, have a new career. And so I went through there. I did everything from FAS, sales, CapEx sales, business development, and then from there I got tapped from one of my friends from R&D to come essentially start up the commercial entity of a smaller biotech. I did that for about 4 years. We were acquired, then moved on, got tapped on the shoulder by another Thermo Fisher person that had me essentially bring up a new product within a company, a Wuxi company. I was there for about 18 months. And what was actually really interesting is we signed a very large deal, and the ink was pretty fresh. And if I backtrack to my time at Thermo Fisher, I was liaising essentially an acquisition, and I was working with the George Church Lab. And the last day there, I said, "How do you feel about this acquisition and giving up this technology?" And they said, "Oh, we're bored of this technology. We're on to new things. We're sequencing tissues in their place, and so that's what we're really focusing on." So I laughed at them and I said, "If that becomes a problem, call me." And I laughed at them, And so the ink is still wet from signing this contract. And they called me.
Wow.
And they had a product, and they had me come into the office, and I looked at it, and I said, "This is unbelievable. I have to come in." And so I came in, same thing, first business person on, set to the full commercial pipeline. I brought in BD, sales, applications, engineering, etc.
Wow.
And told my wife there was about 5 years before this thing goes M&A or something, and 11 months in, we were acquired by 10x Genomics. I went into 10x Genomics for a little bit of time, but my world is really startup world. Made my way to a couple different startups in bioprocessing, and now made my way to Matterworks as essentially the head of commercial.
Very cool. And can you tell us more about Matterworks?
Yeah, Matterworks is a really interesting company. Again, this is another situation where I heard what the technology is. When I first heard it, I was like, okay, so we're AI. And I was like, okay, there's plenty of AI out there. But when I actually got to the table with our board and our founder, they really showed me what we're up to here. And what's a little different than other AI companies is that for right now, we're focused in on metabolomics.
Okay.
And using our essentially our foundation model that we've developed. And what makes us a little different than other folks is that we've actually done something a little bit different where we've trained it on instrument data.
Wow.
Raw data. So unfiltered raw data. And so there's a lot of power behind our model and our foundation model.
That's amazing. So you can help your partners really jumpstart their efforts.
Exactly. And we've heard it time and time again. Our partners saying, this is actually, you flipped this on our head. We now need to think about this differently.
Wow.
Originally, we were thinking we have to bring all this data in, capture new cell types, to bolster a foundation model. Now you're telling us you can go in with your foundation model and essentially jumpstart it, right? So we're essentially now months, if not years ahead of the game compared to anyone else.
So you improve the efficiency. Do you also improve the cost as far as this process for your partners?
100%. If we go into a meeting cold and they just hear AI, they think the cost is going to be astronomical. We can bring tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of samples or data points. We don't necessarily need that. That will help bolster the next versions of the foundation model that we're developing, but we don't necessarily need that. We have now the capability to say, look, it's going to cost a lot less money for you guys, and you're going to hit the ground running. Again, time is money, and so
Yep.
to be able to get ahead of the game with, in 6 to 9 months head start, it's amazing.
And what are you working on now
What are we working on now
in terms of 2024? Like what are you excited about?
Yeah, I mean, so 2024, I think it's going to be an exciting year for Matterworks. We are commercializing. We have a product that's called Pixis.
Okay.
Pixis is a constellation, and within Pixis, it's essentially a reagent kit. Again, another thing that separates us from everyone else. Essentially, a reagent that allows us to standardize mass spec. So the other piece about mass spec is that it's very hard to just get someone else to run up to it and run it, or walk up to it and run it. Here, what we have is we have this reagent that allows us to essentially have a non-expert walk up to the system, generate data without doing an amazing amount of optimization, standard titrations, et cetera, to even get a project running. Here, you can just take your samples, run it, and on the back end, you have your analysis platform on the Pixis side.
That's amazing. It's a universal reagent that you can use for a wide spectrum of different products and compounds?
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. And so typically, you have to go into mass spec with an idea of how you're going to optimize your very specific problem. And this is a huge barrier. And so what we want to do is remove that barrier with the Pixis platform. And so for us, what's so exciting for 2024? We have a soft launch through the first part of the year. So we're essentially just making sure our partners are really happy, generating data. Second half of the year, we're going to have a hard launch, and we have a lot of data that's coming out with our partners, kind of mid-year. So really excited about that, building the team, et cetera. And so we're very charged up for this year.
That's amazing. And what's your ask of the Bullpen community?
Really the network is amazing. The people you have within your network, be able to tap into those, it's just going to help bolster, our technology and all the rest of the portfolio companies within the Bullpen.
That's amazing. So if you want to learn more about Mel Hernandez and Matterworks, you can go to bullpen.ventures, and his link in bio will be there. Great to have you here, Mel.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Natural gas has a distinctive rotten egg smell to it. If you think you smell gas, you need to act fast by leaving the area and calling 911. Once you are safe, call PG&E at 1-800-743-5000.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Spitri from Soho MD here at the Bullpen at JP. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Spitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at JP Morgan Chase Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Trent Holland from Piper Heartland Healthcare Capital.
Great to be here.
So can you tell us how you got here?
Sure, yeah. It's a funny story. I did not set out in a career to start in biotech. I came up through Piper Sandler, the 100-year-old investment bank's biopharma investment banking practice, kind of by way of needs of the bank. So that's where I ended up being slotted. I did not have a traditional training in any of the sciences, but first things first, I did my, originally our first deal that I did was for a gene therapy company in the ocular space, and I just fell in love with biotech, and I've been all in ever since.
Wow, that's amazing. And then in terms of how long have you been with the company?
Yeah, I've been with Piper Sandler for 5 years. Like I said, I came up through our biopharma investment banking practice, and then the firm actually asked a few members of the biopharma investment banking team to start a healthcare venture capital fund, and we've been doing that for about 3 years now.
That's interesting. And so when you first got involved with the company, what was it about it that really attracted you? Why did you say that was the direction that you wanted to go into?
From the gene therapy company?
Yeah, from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, traditionally it was, I had never seen anything like that before. I was coming right out of undergrad from a finance background, and I didn't even know the possibilities of gene therapy or anything in the science space specifically. And so I was blown away. And so next thing you know, it just unlocked a passion for me of, basically trying to find technologies that would help patients and really make a big impact.
And in terms of the people that you talk to today, what is it that you look for? Like what sticks out to you as being the factors that it seems like this would be a good deal to get involved in?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Our mandate, we really focus on later stage companies. You can think, Series B, Series C. We tend to like to be the last private capital in that last private capital round before they go public. And just from a overall target profile, we specifically can invest all across healthcare, but we've kind of focused more on the therapeutic space as of late. We've invested in 14 deals to date. Wow. 13 of those have been in the therapeutic category. So really we're trying to back good founders with big ideas who can really drive a big impact on the world and specifically for patients. So we've had everything from cell therapy to traditional small molecule mAbs, you name it. We don't really specifically look for any sort of technology, but it's really about the founders and the impact that it can make.
And in terms of the founders, how do they, what are the resources that are provided to them in terms of helping them with their growth and their success once they connect with your group?
Sure. So biotech's a little bit unique in that way that these financing rounds are done through a syndicate. Usually it's 10 to 12 members, and we don't lead the deal specifically. We from a conflict of interest reason, we like to be supportive capital, and so what we end up doing is writing $5 to $7 million checks in that initial round, and then building a position from there. So we're really bringing the depth and breadth of Piper Sandler's resources. They can lean on our capital markets team, investment banking teams, equity research teams, and then of course with our banking background, we can kind of help them through that process as well. So again, it's relationship-driven business. We like to think that we're the connectors in the syndicate.
And what's different about, or what's special about, I guess, your group within Piper Sandler? How is it, why is it carved out into this separate group?
Sure. Yeah, it's a good question. Just by way of regulatory issues and reasons, we're completely separate from the bank. We are a wholly owned subsidiary, but the bank really, being a 100-year-old investment bank and focusing specifically on healthcare, that's really where Piper has made their name for themselves. And we saw all these really cool companies coming through the Piper Sandler door, and the partners of the firm really thought it would be a great way to put capital to work behind the great companies that came through the door. And so that's why we were asked to create this fund. Piper Sandler helped seed the fund with $50 million of Piper money, and then we went out and raised LP money an additional $150 million or so.
Wow.
Yeah.
And overall, it's been going according to plan.
Well, we started fundraising in 2019, so that was a little bit rocky, to say the least, from a timing perspective. But we closed in 21. It was a little bit of a elongated process there with COVID and things. So things didn't quite go as planned from a market perspective, but from an investing perspective, we've seen some amazing technology, met some amazing people, and from that angle, I would say things are going great.
That's amazing. And then what are you working on now?
Right now, it's the same. It's kind of the same mandate. Looking to meet great people with big ideas, and then investing in the best healthcare companies out there.
Very cool. And what is it that you're looking for in terms of the ask for the bullpen or in the community?
Yeah, it's a great question. From a bullpen perspective, I've already met so many great people. My ask would be to continue to reach out. Let me, meet you guys, hear really cool ideas, and make connections. And hopefully, I can find some cool companies to invest in.
Very cool. Thank you, Trent Holland from Piper. If you want to learn more about Trent and the work that he's doing, you can go to bullpen.ventures. His link in bio will be there. Thanks for being here today,
Thanks
Trent.
so much.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despetri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Dr. Sri Sridhar from Neurofields. Hi, Dr. Sridhar.
Hello,
Hi.
Dr. Justin.
Yeah, you can do Jacques. Yeah,
Hi, Jacques.
Yeah, good to have you here. Could you tell us how you got here?
Sure, yeah. So I actually started off as what's known as a solid state physicist, condensed matter physicist, and I did early research on high temperature superconductivity. And then a few years ago, I decided that I wanted to focus on applying my skills and what I've learned to more medical problems. And so I transitioned there, and I've done research in the two main areas in biomedical science and technology are nanomedicine and neurotechnology.
Wow.
And so the neurofields came out of originally out of a grant I had from DARPA.
Okay.
And this was to to develop new electrical sensors that would measure the electric fields generated by the brain. And so as the brain does
through the skull or
through the
Okay.
these are non-invasive, so outside the scalp.
Yep.
And the brain is active all the time. It's generating electric fields and potentials, which are then they do show up on the scalp.
Yep.
And the idea is that if you could measure them, then you would have an insight into how the brain is working. So this is kind of the driver behind this. All of this, what I'll be talking about. And so this DARPA, there was a Grand Challenge project and to develop new kinds of sensors, and we did that. We were very successful. And then, just around that time, a little bit later, there were new developments in virtual reality headsets that came along. So we got the idea. I says, wait a minute, why don't we put our unique sensors in with these new portable VR headsets and see if we can understand how the brain processes what it sees.
Wow. So in real
So-
time, you're able to see what the input is and what the resultant
Exactly,
field is.
right.
And how does that differ from like an EEG?
So
as far
it
as these
is
sensors?
EEG, but due to triggered by visual stimulus.
Wow.
Not just, standalone EEG, but this is triggered by what we see.
So you're looking at the optical lobe and
Yeah.
Yeah.
So right. So the idea is that what we see is excites cells on the eye,
yeah,
and then that generates electric signals, which then travel to the back of the head,
to the occipital, yeah.
to the visual cortex,
Yeah.
and that's where it's all processed. And so what we do is, so our sensors pick them up at the back, and from that, we try to understand how the brain is, how this eye-brain pathway works.
Wow.
And for now, we've been focused on looking for really abnormalities, which are indicative of diseases. And so there's about 500 million patients who, with various conditions like macular degeneration, glaucoma, optic neuritis, multiple sclerosis, amblyopia, and so on. And one of the key challenges that both the patients and the clinicians face in diagnosing these diseases is something we're all familiar with. You go to the eye doctor and you're shown something and you say, yeah, maybe I see it, maybe I don't, and then they ask you to hit a button, and it's actually quite tedious and stressful for the patient.
And very subjective.
And
Yeah.
very subjective, and prone to artifacts. So we have eliminated that subjectivity with our solution, which is called NeuroVeep or NeuroVEP. VEP stands for Visual Evoked Potentials. And these are the signals that are generated on the scalp, as I described before, when you see something. And so what we have developed, so the NeuroVEP is our flagship and MVP product for the company Neurofields, and it has three major technological breakthroughs, which are one, the electrodes are we've patented. We have 3 awarded patents. They were developed to reduce signal to noise. To increase signal to noise, reduce the noise.
Yep.
And then it's completely portable, which is a key feature because, current VEP systems are all cart-based, and they're bulky. Ours is less than 2 pounds, and you put them on, and you could have 5 patients in a clinic who are, just quietly being diagnosed. And then the third is development, which we are leveraging, is AI-powered analysis, machine learning, which again is only a few years old. So put all of this together, that's the secret sauce in our NeuroVEP systems. And we've tested more than 200 patients so far with various conditions like macular degeneration, glaucoma, multiple sclerosis. And both the patients love it because currently, again, as I mentioned before, the system that are used to diagnose visual field is what's known as a Humphrey visual field analyzer,
Okay.
where you sit in the dark and you got to punch a button, and the patients hate it.
Yeah.
And those who have tried our system who've tried both, they said they love our system because all they have to do is just sit there and listen to a podcast. And of course, focus on, make sure they're watching what's the display. And so it's a 10 to 15 minute test, and we've tested up to age 88.
Wow.
So that's why it's attractive to the patient. The clinicians like it because it fits into the clinical workflow, and that's a key aspect also. The current systems are kind of clunky. One of them actually involves a needle poke that we,
Yeah, not great
not fun.
experience.
Yeah, right. And So we have, developed this. We've raised $3 million all in non-dilutive grants, and we're now at an inflection point where we are ready to take this to get this manufactured, get the 510K approval.
Into the full production.
Right, do the production and then do a product launch.
So you're going to transform the field of ophthalmology. Like this is a
That's-
whole different
yeah.
paradigm shift in terms of
Exactly.
how we're assessing, how we're doing the workups and
Correct.
doing
Correct.
the exam for patients.
Correct. That is a holy grail in that field, where you want a non-invasive, easy to use screening device.
Yep.
And that just hasn't been available, and we believe we are providing that.
Yeah. And then in terms of things like hypertension, where people see changes as well, those are things
Right,
that this device could pick up as well.
Right.
Wow.
So, for instance, in fact, I've been talking to Big Pharma at this meeting here, and their interest is they've got drugs in the pipeline to treat macular degeneration, glaucoma, and diseases like that, but they don't have good clinical trial endpoints that are objective.
Totally.
And so they're very interested in our technology. And one of the big things that I'm hoping to pursue in the near future is strategic partnerships with some of the big pharmaceutical companies that are active in this space.
Yeah, that's incredibly exciting. What are your hopes for this year? Like, what are you working on?
We want to put together some infrastructure. We're looking for funding so that we can put that infrastructure together and do a design to manufacture prior to another next round where we would complete the 510K and do the product launch.
And as far as the bullpen goes, what's your ask? How can the bullpen support your?
So, one of the great things about the bullpen has been meeting people who are similar to my situation, and so it's kind of a nice club, and also I think we're seeing that there are potentials, the people who could actually help us in this journey, because what we have, we're very solid in technology. We've got great KOLs. I mean, our collaborators. I'm in Boston, which is kind of the mecca of medical research.
Exactly.
And we collaborate with all the top hospitals there: Tufts, Mass Eye, Boston Children's. So we're absolutely solid in that area. What we need are now more of the business experience and people who can get this into, translate this. And so that's the kind of partnerships I'm looking for in the bullpen.
That's wonderful. So if you want to learn more about Dr. Sri Sridhar and the work that Neurofields is doing, you can go to bullpen.ventures. His link in bio will be there. Thanks. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Great to talk with you.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despetri of Soho MD, here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Joel Harris from Genvax. Great to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So can you tell us what got you here today?
Yeah, so my background is in animal health. So Genvax Technologies is an animal health vaccine company. We're focused on livestock vaccines particularly. I haven't been back this is the first time I've been to JPM in about 10 years, so I'm glad to be back. A little bit has changed, but it's good to see some familiar faces.
Yeah, so you're like a veteran of this conference.
Sorta. So my previous company that I helped found with my father, Dr. Hank Harris, was Harris Vaccines, and we subsequently sold that to Merck Animal Health in 2015. So that was the last time I was around here, was during that M&A process.
Nice. And then in between that time, before you did Genvax?
Yeah, so I stayed with Merck for about a year doing the business integration and the technology transfer. That company was a similar vaccine platform in animal health. And then I kind of went into venture capital for early seed agriculture technology investments. And then we founded Genvax in February of 2021, kind of on the heels of the advancements of mRNA technology and these other derivatives and RNA vaccine technologies. And the real goal was to bring these advances on the human health side back to animal health, where there's a lot of opportunities and unmet needs, and then there's also this zoonotic threat where influenza and other diseases can pass between humans and animals.
That's amazing. So you're taking the technology and applying it to animals.
Right.
Yeah. And what was the big inspiration? Like, what was it that you really envisioning when you did Genvax?
So really it comes down to my family. My father has been in infectious diseases and swine for over 40 years. Both my parents are veterinarians and PhDs. Coming from the Midwest, Iowa is the largest pig-producing state in the country. It's a $38 billion industry, actually. We joke that there's more pigs than people in the state. So I'm really passionate about securing our food supply chain. We saw a lot of disruptions with COVID due to that. People not being able to work in those facilities and process meat and everything else, or stock our grocery stores. And something like what we've seen with avian influenza disrupting egg prices and the mass culling of chickens. There's other threats out there like African swine fever or foot and mouth disease, and these are all things that Genvax is focused on and wanting to address these foreign animal diseases.
That's amazing. And what do you see as the unique strengths of Genvax in terms of this space, given this?
Yeah, so we're a platform technology. We're using a self-amplifying messenger RNA, and the idea is to, instead of work toward stockpiling large volumes of doses, is that we would 100% match the vaccine to what the outbreak is. And so instead of us trying to guess what's going to happen, we're kind of the first responders to whatever outbreak ends up happening. And I think COVID showed us that this is actually possible, whereas even 5 years ago, I think the mentality was, stockpile tens of millions of doses and hope you get it right.
So you're able to respond to what's happening in real time.
Yep.
Could you walk us through what that would, kind of look like?
Yeah. So actually, there's a lot of diagnostic surveillance that goes on in these livestock operations. There's samples being taken, sent to veterinary diagnostic labs all over the country. So once an infectious disease is identified, that sequence information could be sent to Genvax electronically. We would synthesize that gene, clone it into our vector, formulate the vaccine, and get it back to the farmer or producer in a matter of weeks.
No way.
Instead of months of either growing the virus and activating it, putting it with an adjuvant, and returning it to the farm. So there's a precedent for this. There's a regulatory infrastructure to allow this to happen. And so at Genvax, we're focused on getting our platform validated by the USDA, which actually regulates vaccines in animals, and hoping to commercialize in the next 18 to 24 months.
Yeah, that's an incredible feedback loop for them to get that right back in there, and they can see the response to what you're producing.
Yeah, and it's a constant thing. I mean, it may be, you have problems in a production facility today that you might not in 6 months, so maybe the vaccine needs to be updated. Maybe you don't need the vaccine. I mean, it's really involving the vaccine manufacturer, the veterinarian, and the producer in making these herd health decisions.
That's pretty amazing. And what are you working on now? Like, what excites you?
So I mentioned, African swine fever is this big existential threat. We've received some grant funding from USDA to help work on a vaccine for that. There's currently no USDA-approved vaccine, so it's a little scary and on the top of a lot of pig producers' minds. We're also working on swine influenza as kind of our beachhead. It's not a huge market, but it's a way for us to validate the efficacy and safety of our platform. So those are the two kind of programs that are going in tandem.
That's amazing. And what's your ask of the bullpen?
I think there's always the investor and partnership asks, and it's been interesting the last couple of days because it's a reminder of just how maybe little people are familiar with animal health as part of human health or just healthcare in general. So my ask, I think, would be to, if you're interested, even as not an investor, but just interested in how you can be helpful for this space. I mean, we need innovation in animal health. It's a very undercapitalized segment as well. There hasn't been these unicorns or billion-dollar, acquisitions or IPOs. That doesn't mean these aren't huge multi-billion-dollar problems that need to be addressed. So that would be, if you think you can help or add value, I'd love to meet with you.
Awesome. So Joel Harris, GenVax, you can go to bullpen.ventures and get his link in bio there. Great to have you here. That's incredible work you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despetri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Lisa and Stella of Licarda. Hello.
Hi.
Glad you could make it today. So could you tell us how you got here?
Yes, Licarda's technology started back in my research lab at the University of Kansas Medical Center. We were working in cell therapies and knew that we needed a way to protect them if we were going to transplant them. My background started back in physiology with a PhD and emphasis in biophysics, and then a pharmacology postdoc. And from that, I really fell in love with cell therapies, knowing that they could completely change people's lives and cure diseases rather than just treating a symptom. So the technology really came out of my research lab. I was chair of a department there, and some of the large pharma companies started showing interest in what we were doing. I didn't realize at the time that I was incubating a business in my research lab, but we spun out when they showed interest that there was perhaps some commercial applications for what we were doing in the academic setting.
That must have been exciting.
It was.
And you were able to transition smoothly from the academic world into the business setting?
You know, I had a really supportive dean and upper administration. I've heard horror stories where it's not as easy to transition out, but they were very supportive of us and really helped launch the company.
That's amazing. And Stella, and you?
Well, I actually started in science and academia as well, but I purposely wanted to transition into business. So after my science and clinical degrees, I got recruited by a wonderful company, Merck & Company. I spent next 15 years actually applying all the knowledge that I had about pharmacology, about therapeutics and how to treat patients, but actually delivering these drugs to patients. And I found it to be very rewarding. So after 20 years in large pharma, I actually decided to be able to work with founders and actually founded a couple of companies myself in order to help people to take their brilliant inventions and their ideas to where it's applied and makes a difference to patients.
Absolutely. And so tell us about Licarda.
Yes, as we developed cell therapies, and we sit in Kansas City, and Kansas City is the heart of the animal health corridor. All of the large animal health companies are there. So one of our first ideas was to apply these cell therapies to animal diseases, diabetes for dogs and cats, osteoarthritis and joint disease for horses and dogs. But what we found, again, along the way was we really needed a way to protect the cells.
Okay.
And once we discovered that, it's called core shell spherification. Okay. And it is the way to protect the cells so that they're not rejected by the immune system. We can also release them slowly over time. Think about a slow-release capsule drug. You can do that with cell therapies or antibodies as well. We learned that other people were very interested in that hydrogel technology, core shell spherification, and came to us asking, could we create delivery systems for their drug? Yeah. So it really grew organically.
So they saw it as a platform. They saw that you were doing this, and they thought all these ways that they could apply that same technology.
So now we have clients with not only cell therapies, but biologics, antibodies, peptides. Even now, small molecule companies are coming to us saying, we need to hold this drug in place for 6 months. Well, we can do that with our technology.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I think we also play a critical role in the transforming the healthcare from the perspective of bringing novel technology to the market that will improve efficacy of existing drugs and will alleviate some of the financial burden from the system by our technology enables, for example, to ship cell therapies across borders on dry ice. Some of the costs in carrying the liquid nitrogen, the minus 196 Celsius, the products actually are higher than manufacturing costs for the product. We want to be able to be part of the solution in reducing the costs throughout the whole system. Manufacturing the product using core shell spherification allows us maybe less of cells delivered, not every day, but once that could have a sustained release for 3 to 6 months. That's significantly reducing the burden on the patient and the system. But being able to transport that product on dry ice also removes a lot of the costs from the system. I mean, we both have been around a very long time, and we believe that this is the time to be innovative and do things differently in order to really help the whole system reduce the costs and also for patients to have better outcomes.
So it stabilizes the biological delivery product in such a way that you just don't need to be, as you're saying with liquid nitrogen, you don't need to be as cold. So your shipping costs, your storage costs, so you really kind of decrease the overall expenses for companies right off the bat.
Brilliantly nailed.
Yeah,
Well done.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And in fact, we just have a paper coming out in publication this week where we looked at the cost of every reagent
Wow.
to produce that diabetes product and which
whole
ones
d-
were the most expensive, and then eliminating or reducing the concentration or replacing them with something, showing that if you think about cost early during the development, you can
Yeah.
have a much bigger impact instead of waiting too late till you find out the insurance companies aren't going to pay that much for it. You know, think about cost on day one.
That's amazing. So really, so the impact is right there. Like it's a clear
Yeah.
return on investment for people. And do you find that companies get that? Like when they're coming to you and saying, "Hey, we're interested in what you're doing," do they already have that in mind, or do you have to
Now
educate
they
them?
do.
Okay.
Because I think now we're looking at some groundbreaking medications, but then we look at the cost and we're having an aha moment. How can the system sustain that? So we're looking at taking somebody's brilliant active ingredient, somebody's brilliant technology, and making it more palatable for overall consumers and for the health system.
Yeah, that's amazing. And have you found that people have been receptive to the company? Like it just you had the few that started initially. Is the
Yeah.
broader markets, are they all getting like what you're doing?
When we started, there was a belief that you could there was a term called homing. You
Okay.
inject the cells into the bloodstream and they'll find their way.
Yes,
And they'll stay there magically.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it. They just through whatever mechanism they identify where they are and they set up shop and they grow.
But they don't.
That's not, oh.
No,
Yeah.
that's true for bone marrow transplants.
Yep.
Somehow, bone marrow cells, stem cells, will find their way to the
the
marrow,
bone, yeah.
but that's the only exception.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Interesting.
A few cells will make it to a target site, but they won't stay there long enough and not in high enough concentrations to be therapeutic.
Wow.
So it's taken a little while, but to answer your question, yes, the companies are starting to see that they can't just inject into the bloodstream and they need some kind of a delivery system. Think about it. You don't take the active ingredient of aspirin, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't take salicylic acid by itself and try
Totally.
and swallow it down. Everything's got an inactive ingredient to help it be absorbed or to get to the right place, to do the right thing. Cells, antibodies, they're no different. They need that inactive ingredient.
That's an ingenious solution.
No, thank you.
And what do you guys do? What's your what are you focusing on for 24? What are you excited about in this coming year?
Well, actually, this is exactly what we want to do in 2024. We want to approach as many companies where we can make a difference. We want to make their product better. We want to partner with them in sense we can make it either more efficacious or we can increase the viability of the cell. We also want to focus on speaking to the right investors. We want to target investors that will be our long-term partners. So those two things I think will be critical for 2024 for Licarda.
Very cool. And what's your ask of the bullpen?
I guess my ask is exactly what our goals are. Help us get there. If you're working in cell therapy, proteins, or small molecule where we can help you redesign a novel drug delivery to make your product either more efficacious or stay on target organ longer, please talk to us. We would love to partner with you. If you're an investor who's looking at novel technologies, then we would love to talk to you as well.
That's awesome. Lisa, Stella from Licarda. If you want more information about them, their links, their bios, you can go to bullpen.ventures. Thank you so much. That's incredible work that you're both doing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Spitri of Soho MD, here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Health Conference. I'm here with Igor Nasunkin, PhD, with Pythera Therapeutics. Hi, Igor.
Right. Hi. So it's a pleasure to be here, and definitely I'm excited to present our company.
Okay.
It's a startup company. We're 3 years old, a small company with a very strong team and a wonderful drug.
Okay.
That we think it can cure a number of cancers. I'm very excited about this drug, and I have like long career in cell therapy and gene therapy, and about 25 years, and I basically dropped all that to start this company and commercialize this wonderful drug.
Okay, well, we're going to get into that. Can you, so what's your PhD and what did you focus on, and how did you transition over?
Well, I got very lucky. I did my PhD at the University of Michigan, so I can
Okay.
say go blue, go blue, they're winning.
Yeah, what a good game.
Right,
Yeah.
absolutely. Wolverines are great, so I can say right away. So I'm a big fan. But 5 wonderful years at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan, human molecular genetics with subspecialty in neuroendocrinology and
Nice.
and stem cells. And after that, I transitioned to doing postdoc in probably #1 place at the Whitehead Institute for Biomedical
Nice.
Research.
Oh, very cool.
Yes, absolutely. And I also did another postdoc at Johns Hopkins, so went through some very good places, including NIH. So I
Nice.
can say NIH, Johns Hopkins, MIT.
So
good places.
you were deeply in academia. You're all these places.
This is
doing
this is
this.
correct. And
Yeah.
academia is focused on generating new knowledge, less of like how to treat patients. And my dad is a MD, and I was always interested to actually, being somewhere in between, generating knowledge that can actually treat people.
Nice. And so you're in academia. You're doing this research. What led to that transition over to the private sector and to?
Well, I was always looking at the private sector because I was attracted to the idea that that you're doing something that actually helps people, rather than generating beautiful like 3D confocal immunohistochemistry data that may give you nice papers, but they may not have direct impact on the lives of people.
So you wanted to do translational work, take what's being discovered in the
That's
lab and bring
that's
it down
correct.
to the
I mean, by
bedside.
doing stem cells, I mean you're kind of doing translational work, but only a very small percentage of what you do in this work gets translated.
Totally.
So when I was a faculty at the University of Pittsburgh, we worked on stem cells and retinal organoids, and we developed some work that we managed to actually patent, and this was of big interest to the company here in the Bay Area called Biotime.
Okay.
And I got connected to a wonderful person with a big name, Mike West,
Okay.
at the time, and founder of Geron, and then he worked at Advanced Cell Technologies, and he was the CEO of Biotime at that time. Mike became very interested. We clicked. I came to the Bay Area. He invited my whole team to join. We brought the patent, and that's how it started. The transition was pretty quick, and I never regretted, never looked back.
That's amazing. And so is that what became Pythera, or is this
No,
before? That was before Pythera.
No, so I worked at Biotime for several years,
Okay.
and my final position was director of R&D. So they were doing clinical work. So I learned quite a lot. So it's pretty different from being a faculty. So you actually learn how the products get translated and what it takes. And after that, the asset was sold to Genentech.
Okay.
And after some transition time, I thought that I want to continue this translational work. And at first, my thought was continuing with the stem cell business. But then I was introduced to some really, really interesting work that was done in Central Asia with a thing which is totally different from stem cells, which is a small molecules extracted from botanicals.
Really? Wow.
Yes. Striking change from stem cells, from molecular embryology and human molecular genetics to small molecules and cancer. But being human molecular genetics, you do understand how cancer works.
Yeah.
And I have 2 degrees in biochemistry, my master's from Vancouver. So go Canucks, I can say. And my bachelor degree also in biochemistry. So you understand small molecules. And some small molecules are very, very potent. Actually, a majority of chemotherapy drugs came from botanicals. and some of them, such as vincristine, vinblastine, Paclitaxel, XL, they're widely used to manage cancer. What we have and what this botanical has is a whole collection of small molecules viewed as one drug in the eyes of FDA. So FDA has a separate approval path for botanicals.
Wow.
And we don't like when people call them herbs. Herbs are just like what you put in your tea.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but botanical drugs. So we like to say botanical drugs because FDA has a separate approval path for botanical drugs.
Interesting.
This may be done faster, and you can leverage the data in humans and track record of using this particular, say, botanical extract, botanical drug in patients. And that's what we have from Central Asia. This is actually amazing. So everything basically started coming together once I learned how FDA approves those particular type of class of drugs.
So you're able to accelerate your FDA approval process?
That's correct. We're still preclinical, but we're working on that. In our team, we have absolutely amazing people. A former CEO of a subsidiary company where I worked before, Charles, he is in Israel.
Nice.
We have a former COO of a company where I also worked. We have a former director of business development in the company where I worked. So we have amazing people with amazing skills. Each of them bring their own expertise. So look, I'm probably the last one on the list, but the idea of putting it together, of course, was mine. And the idea is focused on commercializing something that has long track record of working in cancer patients. In the other half of my life, I want to do something which is not just beautiful confocal immunohistochemistry images, but something that will have direct impact on people. My actual dream is to develop a drug that will be helping kids. I love kids. I have 2 kids, and every time a kid had a cancer, I kind of cringe. I don't like that. So, and compared to other drugs where they have one indication, one molecule, which may suppress one type of cancer or partially suppress. We know that cancer cannot be managed with one drug. You have to have the whole combo, 2, 3 or more drugs. And in the combo, every drug gets approved separately. The approval is long, and our drug has multiple molecules viewed as one drug in the eyes of FDA.
Wow.
So that's correct. And one may say, well, hey, botanical, it's something which is not serious. No, it's very serious. As I mentioned before, majority of the small molecule drugs used in oncology come from botanical world. So you just need to have a second look at this drug because it's very powerful. Back in Central Asia, this drug was given to several hundred people. There is a renowned, well-known physician who lives there, and he works there for years and years and years. He was director of local clinic there, and he was trying to find ways of treating patients with untreatable conditions. Anyway, so he worked out this, came across this botanical, and he's been treating his patients for years and years and years. So I learned about that. We imported this drug. We tested it in our R&D facility here in San Leandro. Everything checks, and you cannot patent a plant. So what we did, we enhanced this drug. We
isolated the factors that were.
Well, that's the thing. If you isolate and purify, you cannot be called botanical, and you cannot follow. You cannot leverage that FDA approval path. Yes, you're not botanical anymore. You're combo. The beauty of it is we have a whole collection of small molecules, very potent small molecules, but they can be approved with one shot.
Together, is it like an entourage effect?
That's correct. But again, a company cannot survive without IP.
Totally.
So again, I am being held by some really, really experienced people, like former chief of business and former CEOs. So they tell me basically, so Igor, you need to do this, you need to do that, pay attention to this and that. So of course, IP. We just submitted our first non-provisional, which is a big step forward. Right, and the IP is around not the extraction process, but around the composition. So we're adding some extra components to this botanical. We call it Botanical Plus, and it drastically enhances our drug.
Nice.
Right. To test that it actually works, I had to test it on myself.
Oh wow!
Every person who's a scientist, likes trying their own things. And they go back to like years ago, centuries ago, when people who were studying cholera was just, bacteriophages. So drinking those phages to actually prove that it works.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we did that. So everything checks. Everything is safe, at least to the best of our knowledge. And the great thing is that this drug has a long track record of treating many different cancers.
Yeah, so you already had that reference framework to
That's
know
correct.
that it was pretty,
That's correct.
pretty safe.
So so the first clinical trial is usually focused on safety, and we know that the drug will be safe.
Yeah, because of the history.
Yes.
And then in terms of, right now, like, what are you working on for 24? What are you excited about?
Right. Well, right now. So you're asking what are we working on right now?
Yeah, in terms of like, what are you focusing on today? Like, what are your immediate initiatives that you're excited about?
So at the Bullpen.
Just in general for you.
Well, for me, it's basically a first event at this business meeting, which is directly associated with the JPM, and we're a small company with a great team and a very powerful drug that we still want to be like recognized. So we want to rub shoulders with the bigger people and tell them, hey, we're here. We have something that you may not have, but you really want.
And you feel like the Bullpen is a good place?
I think so. I think so. And I really give a lot of acknowledgments to Christian.
Yeah.
So he did amazing
work
as a faculty. I used to organize some of those meetings. I know how difficult it is, and I even had a chat with his dad.
Yeah.
So it was good to know that it's like kind of family business, because you absolutely cannot do it alone.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Right. So I'm here to basically say, hey, we're here. So we have something really interesting. Look at us, and I'm here to learn as well, because coming from science, I definitely don't have a business degree, and so I'm learning.
Yeah, and you're doing some amazing work.
Yeah.
So Igor of Pythera Therapeutics, thank you for being here today. And if you want to learn more about Igor, his link in bio will be at bullpen.ventures. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll be back soon.
I think it's a good talk.
Yeah, that was great. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despetri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. And we have Christian Engstrom, the founder of the Bullpen. So how did that start?
Jacques, first of all, thank you so much for everything you've done for us this week. As a sponsor and a host, the panels and the interviews you've been doing have been fantastic, better than expected. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I didn't know what to expect coming into this week. I had a little bit of a vision. The Bullpen gathers investors and CEOs with a shared goal of helping each other. And this week has been phenomenal. The spirit of the Bullpen is coming through. People are connecting each other, highlighting each other, lifting each other up, moving the industry forward. We've had some, as you know, great sponsors coming in. Emily Whitehead Foundation. I'm not sure if there was a dry eye in the house that day. Kind of bringing it back to why are we doing this? And for me, as a leader of a biotech company, I know that I know one or two things. That's about it. Everything else, the 98 other things, you know better than me. Another member of the Bullpen is going to be able to help me move me forward. So why do I allow those barriers to stop me when I have a group of friends who care about me, care about my business model, have learned about me, I've learned about them, we've developed trust. I have them to move me forward. I'm a more complete executive. I think boards want their CEOs to have these relationships. Most of the groups out there today, and I'm not going to mention names, but at JPM, charging $3,000 to $5,000 to run companies through speed dating. Very, very shallow. I've spent the money. I've done it a number of times. Starting the Bullpen was a reaction to finding zero value in these number of partnering systems available here that maybe 5 years ago were driving value by bringing people together, but today are an unsustainable profit model and delivering less and less value. So for us, we're flipping that energy. We brought 100 plus CEOs together at beautiful location, the Golden Gate Yacht Club. Thank you.
Yeah, great job.
Management at the Golden Gate Yacht Club. They've been so wonderful and created a home for us. We've reversed that energy, and investors are coming to see us. And our members are supporting each other and connecting each other.
I got to make a comment on that. I've been astounded by the caliber of people at the conference that have come here to the Bullpen. Like, it's just, it's a very relaxed atmosphere, very supportive of each other, but just the caliber of people that you've been able to attract here and get together to really talk and meet and have the opportunity to really connect, it's been astounding.
Humbling for me to be around these people. And it's not me. It's Sibylla Hauser. It's George Eastwood. It's Stella Vanuk. It's James Zanowitz. People who have said that I believe that this way of doing business, trying to learn about the other person and help them, is really a nice way to do business, right? And that's why we've grown, and it has been humbling. I mean, as a Midwestern guy, I'm not a Boston guy, I'm not a San Francisco guy, I'm in the fields of Minnesota, right? Trying to run a biotech company, and some of the stars in our space are here. And I couldn't be a luckier guy, and to be a part of it. And so we want to keep building on that and doing the right thing and having the right programming and expecting the right thing of our members and keeping the people out who don't subscribe to this idea of helping each other. So that's our challenge moving forward. But yeah, just so much fun.
Yeah, more relationships than transactional.
Let's lead with the relationship. If there's chemistry there, let's talk a little business after that. And we know that if we have that chemistry and we're aligned in our mission, that it's going to be a little easier because we spent that time with each other. So as CEOs, we get a choice whether you see your company as being valuable or not. And you got to go out and raise money and bring partners in and strategically partner. And it's more than just your company, it's kind of your life.
Absolutely.
When you're doing this. So aligning that and creating synergies with people, relationships, it's a multiplier effect. And I think we all kind of know that, but we still go through this rat race.
Yeah.
And we still put ourselves through it. And we ask very superficial things of other people that don't know us.
Yeah.
Right? And I think let's get back. Let's build some authentic relationships with each other, and then let's work together to improve each other's.
Yeah, authenticity goes a long way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it creates that solid foundation.
How about you? How's your experience
My
been
experience,
in the bullpen this week?
It's been great. I've been amazed by just the work that's going on. Like just the advancements that I'm hearing about, that I'm seeing these leaders, a diverse set of leaders, first thing, and then the way they think about solving problems, just the range of possibilities, the utilization of the most cutting edge science, scientific ideas, and how they're being implemented and creating real products and real solutions for the world. So I've been astounded to see that firsthand, and really it's just been inspirational, just feeling the energy of all the entrepreneurs who are really passionate about this work, and also feeling a lot of support from potential investors. Like they're really here to learn, they're really here to connect, and so I've been I expected a lot, and I've been it's been exceeded in terms of what I could have hoped for.
I'm gonna flip this for a minute because
Okay.
you've been doing dozens of interviews,
Yeah.
and I want to ask you just a little bit about yourself.
Yeah,
you're a psychiatrist, right?
I am a psychiatrist.
Okay,
yeah.
and you are an entrepreneur
I
as
am.
well.
I am. I'm a psychiatrist. I have a background in tech and also in business. I'm an entrepreneur, and what really drove my interest in starting my own company. So I have a national behavioral health network that I co-founded called Soho MD. And after finishing residency, I actually ran a hospital for 4 years. I was the director of the psychiatry department. And then I was a medical director at an outpatient multidisciplinary clinic. And those experiences taught me or showed me this contrast between the way we were taught medicine should be done and the way it was actually practiced day to day. And I said, there has to be a better way to do this. Like psychiatry is not being done in a way that I think I think we could do better. And so I started a company to try to pursue that, and did that about 12 years ago. And the real focus of the company was saying, how do we do the best work to bring the best evidence, the best treatments, the best protocols, and how do we create an organization that can do it en masse to do the best things, but make them accessible and affordable for the average person. So it was the combination of the two. So sometimes you can have things that are super high quality, but very expensive, so very few people can afford to access it. And other times people give access, but the quality is so low, they make it cheap and affordable, but patients aren't getting better. And so we really focused on combining the two, and that's what led to Soho MD. And it's been a wonderful journey, and seeing the patients, the lives that we impact, and how we do it, incredibly gratifying.
So if I'm a life science executive
Mhm.
and I might need some mental health assistance, how would I engage Soho MD?
Yeah, it's the sohomd.com website where you can go and you can you're able to make an appointment and get connected with one of our providers. The other thing, one of the big initiatives that we're doing now is really focusing on connecting with enterprises. So looking especially at companies that are that have self-funded insurance plans, and really explaining to them that we're able to help improve employee performance, return on investment as far as their healthcare with relationship to their staff, by investing in high quality mental health care. So a lot of people have used a lot of the other services where they're giving access. You can call someone, you have access via video, you're able to get mental health service, but it doesn't translate to patients really getting better. They might get prescriptions quickly, they might speak to someone who does therapy, but there's a difference between just offering something to kind of check the box versus doing it in a way that actually changes and transforms that person's life in a way that they can do their work better. People are happier, they're feeling sound mental health wise, they're going to be a better employee. And that's what we're going to. So right now we're doing the website in terms of people being able to go, direct to consumer, just access our site. But we're really looking to partner with companies who really want to think about how do we enhance our workforce? How do we get the most, how do we make them productive? How do we make them happy? And we're a partner for companies to achieve that goal.
Awesome. I can relate to that need. I mean, mental health is a very fragile and I guess interim things sometimes. We've gone through some very deep conversations with the different executives that are visiting us, and for example, I think we had 6 CEOs of rare disease companies that had children with rare diseases.
It's traumatic.
We go through it as leaders too, don't we?
Yeah.
Any advice for bullpen leaders that are, or folks in our community that we're oftentimes thinking about how to help others? How do we take care of ourselves? Any advice for our members?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the things from the talk therapy side, I think that's really fascinating, is how many things are actually emotionally traumatic that we don't fully appreciate. So we think of trauma as like big things like accidents or things that really, significant injuries, but even emotional traumas can really leave emotional scars, right? So things that happen that are overwhelming, like the loss, people dealing with kids with these rare diseases and what they go through, the caregiver burden, all those things. So those are traumatic. Being an entrepreneur who's trying to build a business, the stress of doing that, the rejections, all the things, all those things that we take them to be normal, those are actually pretty emotionally traumatic, and they do leave a mark. And working with providers who understand how to work with trauma goes a long way. So sometimes people think, oh, I just need therapy, I just need to go talk to someone, and that's it, and I'm going to get better. You really want to think about someone really looking through your life experiences, including what happens at work, what's happening with your family, understanding the emotional impact, and creating a framework in terms of how to approach your care to help you make progress. Because you can develop these emotional anchors that hold you down, and it can hold back your business performance. People can sometimes self-sabotage. They can not truly achieve their goals, and they get in their own way. And by getting their emotions straight and getting things aligned, it really helps them really focus and achieve whatever goals they set out to achieve.
I'm internalizing this and knowing that there's emotional trauma as you're running a company as a CEO, and I've had a couple of exits that I wasn't happy with.
Yeah.
Not terrible, but I wasn't happy with it. And for an executive, they're often looking inside themselves and saying I wasn't good enough, or telling themselves some story, or just being depressed because what they poured their life into for a couple of years didn't work out. And I guess what I'm thinking about is the other 100 members upstairs, they're going through it too.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull this back to the bullpen. And that has been therapeutic for me as being a member of the bullpen, to go back and say to another executive, hey, look, my seed round isn't going as good as I had hoped. I need to raise $2 million and I've taken in 200.
Yeah.
And if I don't get that money, I'm going to have to lay off the rest of my team. It's going to affect their lives. That's really heavy stuff,
It's a lot of stress.
right?
It's a lot of stress.
So, I'll bring that back to the bullpen. And I thank you for your guidance.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
You've been a calming presence here. And people go, gee, that guy just calms me just being around him, right? So, Jacques, thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And thank you for the opportunity for even being here, Christian. You've built a phenomenal community and organization, and just being part of it is really special. So thank you.
I'll wrap this up for all of you who are listening and you want to get involved. Go to bullpen.ventures. If you go to our member host list, you can search companies that may be important to you, and contact those CEOs and help them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's our mantra. Find somebody to help repeat. I'm going to leave you with that. Get involved at bullpen.ventures. Thank you, everyone, for your support of the bullpen. Thanks, Jacques.
Thank you, Christian. And we're back. Dr. Jacques Spetri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. And I have Michael Hill here. Hi, Michael.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So how did you get here?
Yeah, so actually I've been involved with Christian and the Bullpen for some time, from the very beginning. It's a long story that I'll make very brief. Long story at Medtronic, 27 years,
Wow.
Scientist, and all the way up through the ranks. The last 3 years I was at corporate as the Vice President of Science and Technology and Clinical Operations. And then basically decided that I was going to go and turn and share knowledge. So work with other people. So today now I teach at Case Western Reserve University, both an undergraduate and an MBA course, and work with the Vail Institute of Entrepreneurship. And then I also have a little LLC, Science Innovations, that I do with consulting work for small companies, trying to share knowledge, accelerate innovation, and inform decisions better.
In terms of the students that you're working with, what have you found what are the biggest nuggets that you pass on? Like what are the little, perspectives based on all your experience in terms of what succeeds? What are you able to help share with them that helps them kind of, move forward?
No, appreciate that. One of the things that I do is we went through this exercise at one point in my career where we tried to boil ourselves down to 3 words. And those 3 words that describe me are passion, curiosity, and perseverance. And I think those are very important because if someone wants to be an innovator or wants to be an entrepreneur, you have to have some of those qualities in order to be successful in doing that. And of course, also I tell them all the time, innovation is a team sport. No one is innovative successfully by themselves. So it is a team sport and you have to do it together.
That's amazing. And you find that the students, they're receptive to this, they're getting it.
Oh yeah, I mean these students are, they are bright minds and very passionate, very exciting. I mean the Vail Schneider Fellows that I have right now that are coming in this spring semester, there's 12 of them. They were selected from a very specific cohort, and they're diverse. They're diverse in their backgrounds and their cultures and their languages. 2 of them have already started businesses.
Wow.
And they're juniors and seniors in college. So they're on the right track.
That's amazing. And from the years that you had at Medtronic, what do you feel, what were the biggest lessons or principles for you that stood out in terms of what helped you be so successful for so long at such a great organization?
Yeah, one of the things that I tell the students as well as in other people that I consult with is, it's really about critical thinking and discipline. And I know that sounds so easy to say, but it truly is important. I mean, you need to using critical thinking, you need to inform your decisions well. Everybody's pressed to make decisions. You have to make your decisions in a timely, quick way, get it over with, and make decisions. But you want to make the best decisions. I mean, people don't wake up every day and say, oh, today I'm going to make a lot of bad decisions.
Exactly.
But people still have to make decisions. And so in order to make the decision the best, you need to have the right knowledge, share knowledge, and inform the decision well, and then use critical thinking, and that will help you make a more successful goal or meet that successful goal. It doesn't mean you're going to be guaranteed to do that, but it will improve your chances or probability that you'll be successful.
So it's like a framework of how to think about the process of decision making that helps increase your probability of making a good decision. And then in terms of your consulting role, how does that differ from what you're doing at the school? Is it similar or is it totally?
So with the consulting, it actually ranges everywhere from early strategic thinking with small businesses that are just really getting started and making a transition, say, from academia or founder into the next stage. It's also helping them to connect, so either on the technical side or on the finance side. A lot of the really good founders that have a science background don't understand even how to build a business model.
Yeah.
And so how do you start setting that up? How do you start thinking of the business? Taking an idea to scale takes a lot of work. And so how do you start to process that and go through that process? And so I like to work with a very early stage, very small companies, and help them think about the strategy and the plan that they have to do. And the other one is actually executive leadership. I get the privilege now to work with some of the best and brightest minds, and I get to choose those now. And so, finding people who are really willing to learn and pivot and grow and learn, and that's great. And so helping grow these new executive leaders for the future is a lot of fun.
That's amazing. And you're sitting both on the board and directly consulting to the executives, or?
It's the whole gamut.
The whole
So,
gamut.
whether it's me actually doing an investment myself, because I do some investing as well, whether it's getting an equity or whether it's a paid consultant, also, so it depends. And I've, worked with companies literally now for 4 years. There's a couple that I've worked only for 6 or 18 months. So it's what they need, and I'm there to be of service to them.
And what criteria do you use for the investments that you're making? Like, what are you looking for?
That's a good one. It's one of those things where you trust. It's I trust in people, and so I'm more of the team person kind of person. I'm an engineer that likes people, and so for me, it's really important that I trust the people. I think that the team, if you got a great team, they can almost accomplish anything if they really set their mind to it and are given and enabled with the right resources to do it. And so that's very important to me. So the first and foremost to me to make a decision if I'm going to invest my own money is team.
Yeah, people first.
Yeah.
And then in terms of what you're working on now, what excites you in terms of the current initiatives?
Yeah. So I spent my whole career in the cardiac space and was very helpful in bringing forward many life-saving, wonderful therapies like transvascular valves, cardiac resynchronization therapy, things like that. To me now, today, the neuro space and the mental health space will see the same strides over the next 30 years that we saw in the cardiac space over the past 30 years. So for me, a lot of the neurological spaces, interfaces with either the brain or the spinal cord to interface human and technology is really, I think, critical for us to move this forward. Regenerative medicine is another one. I think that that's right on the brink of actually breaking down a lot of barriers for some of the problems that we're having today with tissue and organ damage. And so I think regenerative medicine is really on the verge. So those two areas, along with, of course, as everyone else, some of the digital.
Yeah.
And how do we use that to actually help make, and again, inform better decision making.
And in terms of the bullpen, so you've been a supporter for a while. With the bullpen, what's your ask for the community?
Yeah, I think that the asset I have is, I'm passionate, like Christian is, about making sure that we share knowledge amongst everyone. And so, I want to be of service as well. I mean, where I am in my career now, I get the opportunity to give back. And so if there's places where you see that, my skill sets or my long-term career at Medtronic or some of the large strategics could be helpful, then, call on me, let me know. Right? And I'm very helpful in trying to give back and help share information. And if I don't know someone, I have an extensive network of people. And so I probably know somebody that will be able to help if I can't. And so my only ask is just, continue that passion of sharing knowledge and doing it openly. Because if we openly share information, we're going to be successful in the long run.
Yeah.
So that's very important.
I think that's very well said. So Michael Hill, if you want to connect with him, learn more information, you can go to bullpen.ventures and you can do it there. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that
Appreciate
was awesome. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, we're back. Dr. Jacques Spitri of Soho MD here with the Bullpen at the JP Morgan Chase Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Julia Taravella of the Rare Trait Hope Fund. So could you tell us your story and what brings you here today?
Oh, thanks. Story started personally. I have 2 children with autism. And we never figured out what was the autism. And after long search, we actually figured out that they don't have specifically autism, but ultra-rare disease called aspartyl-glucosamine-urea.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tell us.
When we got the diagnosis, with diagnosis came that there's no treatment. I'm sorry, just take kids home and make them happy, which probably most of the mothers and fathers agree that it's kind of very hard. And I decided to do something about it. So there is no foundation. So I set up a parent foundation, advocacy foundation, which called the Rare Trait Hope Fund. And that was 12 years ago. What we found out, and we started funding the research. We funded the research in several universities, and once one step finished, the next step kind of was very difficult to come by. So me being my background in chemical engineering, project management, what I decided to do is actually convert our foundations into nonprofit biotech.
Wow.
So long story short, what we have is we actually developed gene therapy for AGU. That's the short abbreviation for the disease. We finished all of the preclinical work. We actually made the medicine GMP grade, so human grade. We did toxicology study. We're in a process right now writing IND with hopes to submit IND sometimes in March and start clinical trials right after that.
And you've been taking the lead at this whole process
Yes.
of making all this happen?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yes.
And how was that transition? So you'd work as a chemical engineer, and then how was the transition to doing this work and starting this fund?
Well, it was almost kind of parallel. It's the work that I was doing before. Majority of the things is actually what I was doing as a project management. So what I've seen that it's drug development is actually almost like project management. You need to find the right people. You need to sign the right contracts. You need to implement those contracts, do the scheduler, get the funding, follow up through, and move to the next phase. That's exactly what I've been doing in my previous work, not related to biotech, and that's what I'm doing now.
So why do you think the market was ignoring that space?
It's not that the market isn't ignoring that space. It is the commercialization of those products is very difficult to come by.
Really?
The disease that I'm working with right now, there are about 300 cases known of that disease globally.
Wow.
But with ultra-rare diseases like Catch-22, the parents and the physicians don't diagnose the disease because there is no treatment, but there is no treatment because there is not enough patients. So that's one of the issues that you have to kind of work through that.
And so you worked through these challenges with
Yes.
your fund, and so you found a solution that you feel applies to these cases?
One of the points that whenever you are investing in some type of drug development, the issues that we are looking at, or the issues the investors are looking at, is the risks. There's probably lots of talks about the risks of investing. There should be known issues with the drug development within gene therapy. So what we are talking about, what I'm focusing on is AV gene therapy, which is kind of almost known and standard processes right now. Once with the nonprofit funding, which is fundraising, donations, or grants or some type of other government funding, once we de-risk that and understand that the drug will help, hopefully, once on the clinic, studying clinical trials, we will develop better work processes to get commercial funding and eventually commercialize medicine.
That's amazing. And the solution you've come up with, does it apply just to this condition, or do you think it has broader application?
It probably applies to most of the ultra-rare diseases,
Wow.
which ones have less than 500 patients for the disease. We are about, in the early stages, we're studying 2 more diseases right now, trying to kind of develop exactly the same approach as we did for the disease that I started with.
That's amazing. So you created this whole platform for approaching these rare diseases.
Exactly, yes.
That's amazing.
So hopefully it will work.
Yeah. Yeah.
There isn't, you know how we always talk about, there is about 7,000 rare diseases. Out of the 7,000 rare diseases, 80% of them are ultra-rare diseases,
Wow.
meaning that there is less than 500. So majority of the disease are ultra-rare diseases. So about 4,000 to 5,000 of them currently has minimum solution to that. So
amazing.
hopefully we'll be able to help few diseases.
Absolutely. And then in terms of, right now, what are you working on? What are you excited about?
I'm really excited in first in human application. I mean, that's something that's a small group of parents started wanting to help their children, and now we will have the solution to provide to every single patient. I mean, yes, we are saying that it's 200, 300 patients globally, but if you think about the parents,
Yeah.
if you think about all the relatives, how many lives it's affected.
You're doing really meaningful work. And then in terms of the bullpen, what's your ask for the bullpen community?
Awareness and opportunity to maybe to learn from the community, to learn how it works, to possibly explore options in granting, funding, or any other options. So one of the things that, as probably everybody else, we're lacking is funding.
Yeah, so you're really making the world better, really.
That's a social impact.
Yeah, absolutely.
Aren't we all looking for that?
That's wonderful. So Julia Taravella with Rare Trait Hope Fund. If you want to learn more, you can go to bullpen.ventures, and her link in bio will be there. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Spitri of Soho MD here at the Bullpen at the JPM Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Audrey Greenberg of CBM. Hi, Audrey. Great to have you here.
Good afternoon.
So could you tell us what brings you here today?
Yeah, just really pleased to be learning about industry trends. That's the first thing. Second, obviously, partnership. All these conferences are about finding good partners and clients, so love to do that. And then always looking for new ways to network and, disrupt the future of medicine.
Totally. And in terms of CBM, so how did you get there? What was your personal journey, and how did you get involved with that?
So I started my career mostly in finance and accounting, and then made my way into investment banking and private equity. Most recently started a cell and gene therapy focused CDMO based in the GSK legacy headquarters in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. We started the company about 5 years ago and recently sold it about 2 months ago to SK Pharmteco, which is, thank you, which is a CDMO, for lack of a better word, roll-up strategy by a large Korean conglomerate. And we're really pleased to be partnered with them. They're an excellent partner, sort of long-term partner, deep pockets, and just a great strategic fit. So very happy to be partnered with them.
And with CBM, so tell me more about CBM.
Yeah, CBM is a new way of doing manufacturing for cell and gene therapy. We are end-to-end, meaning we have all the component parts that go into the production. You don't have to buy your plasmids here, your vector here, your cell therapy here. We do it all under one roof. And we have a really unique way of working with our customers. So we are very much partnership oriented and collaboration focused. We dedicate 2 project managers, 1 technical and 1 more organizational on every project. And we're just really pleased to be expediting the path to approval for cell and gene therapies. There's so many patients in need right now, and to be able to have that ready on-the-go capacity in terms of capabilities and expertise, as well as analytical methods and everything that goes with it, is really key for the market right now. As a matter of fact, I heard Peter Mark speak just yesterday. He's the head of CBER, Center for Biologics, and his main theme really was all about manufacturing. So we're glad to be here for the market that needs it.
So you manage the complexity, you help decrease costs, you manage risk, and so you really help your partners achieve their goals more efficiently, more cost effectively?
Exactly, yeah. We
Yeah.
put our people to work on their behalf and our capital to work on their behalf. It can cost upwards of $2,000 a foot for biomanufacturing space. So being able to have that, and these companies, they don't know if they're going to get approval, and to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a plant.
To build that infrastructure.
Right, exactly. So it makes sense to outsource, I think, especially in today's market with the cost of capital so high and the difficulty in procuring people.
Yeah.
So it's nice to have a partner that can have the expertise as well as this, de-risking for you, basically, and having that optionality when you need it.
That's amazing. And I guess that's why the company was interested in acquiring your company.
Yeah, SK is an interesting story. They historically were in oil and gas and telecom. They're sort of like a GE in South Korea. And they decided to diversify out of some of the legacy assets that they had and decided to go big in cell and gene therapy, and just right place at right time, and really pleased to be part of their growth story.
That's amazing. Yeah. And then in terms of this year moving forward, what are you most excited about? What are you working on now?
Yeah, just integrating with SK, really leveraging their brand globally. We now have sites in Korea and France and Ireland and on the West Coast. So we're really a global company, 8 manufacturing sites around the world, 2,000 people, integrating into their platform, creating a force for the industry, and really just taking advantage of a new market environment, I think, that's really opening up here in 2024.
That's amazing. And in terms of the Bullpen and the Bullpen community, what's your ask? How can it be helpful?
Yeah, I'm just always looking for new partnerships, ways that we can optimize the processes within the manufacturing suites and the analytical methods, equipment, media, to consumables, and partners. We're always looking for clients that we can help. If you're manufacturing or looking to manufacture, we can be your partner of choice, and we're there to be collaborative and cost effective so that you can really focus on your best asset, which is developing new therapies.
Amazing. So Audrey Greenberg, CBM. If you want more information, go to bullpen.ventures. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
Same here.
Thanks.
And we're back. Dr. Jacques Despitri of Soho MD, here at the Bullpen at the JPM Healthcare Conference. I'm here with Armand Charay of Portal Bio. Hello.
Hi.
Great
Thanks
to have
for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So could you tell us what brought you to this point?
Yeah. So kind of my background was all in chemical engineering, and during my PhD studies, we accidentally discovered that if you take cells and squish them at high speeds, you can disrupt their membrane such that anything that's outside can go in. And this kind of mechanical deformation phenomenon to put stuff into cells seemed to solve for a very esoteric problem of how do you put things into cells. Because if you kind of take a step back and think about the therapeutic modalities that are out there, there's a lot of small molecules and biologics, and cell therapies have made a lot of noise about what they could potentially do. But the cool thing with cell therapies is that cells are little machines. They could potentially do all kinds of things that no small molecule or biologic ever will, but it's really hard to program these machines. And to program them, you need to be able to put materials inside them. So your CRISPR or RNA or whatever buzzy cargo you're thinking of, in the end, it needs to be in the cell to have its desired effect. And that's a far from trivial problem right now, because most of what people do to create cell therapies is either they're using an engineered virus to put stuff in, or they're using
a vector or a package.
Exactly, or they're using something called electroporation, where you're basically zapping a cell to try to get it to take things in. And needless to say, no one likes electrocution, so these cells are not happy when you do things like that, or there's a lot of limitations on what cargoes you can put into cells, what cell types will work, et cetera. So long story short, back when we figured this out, it looks like we could do all kinds of things with cells now, in the sense that we could put all kinds of materials into many different cell types, and it opens up a lot of different spaces. So in my first life, immediately after PhD, we started a company called Squeeze that was built around this to do cell therapies using this mechanical delivery, and we were going after the high-risk, high-reward problem of cancer vaccines.
Wow.
And I won't bore you with the immunology of what we were up to, but that was something that we did over the years. We had Roche as a major partner, so did that for about 10 years, and back in 2022, kind of had a transition point where I was starting to think about, well, how can we open this kind of technology up to many more use cases? Because over the years, it seemed like these kinds of technologies could be useful for many, many different applications. And for what we were doing at Squeeze, it was all being used for one particular use case, and everything was going to live or die by how that kind of trial would go. And so in 2022, we got this new company, Portal, or 23, it ended up being. December 30th, 2022 is when the company registered, so we'll call it 23. So in 2023, we got Portal going as a kind of next generation version, building on the same phenomenon of if you could do mechanical deformation of cells to disrupt their membrane and deliver all kinds of stuff, what can you now open up for the space? And so at Portal, what we're working on is, for lack of a better term, it's essentially a fancy filter. So it's a piece of silicon that has holes in it. These holes are about 70% the size of the cell, so as the cell goes through them...
It's like a shear force.
Exactly. They get deformed and sheared. That opens up their membrane. Anything that's outside goes in.
Wow.
And you just engineer them. And because it's such a, in many ways, stupid, simple system, it lends itself to getting integrated with a lot of existing infrastructure.
Yeah.
So we have active partnerships with Thermo Fisher and Fresenius Kabi, for example, linking up with their existing equipment. And we're already working with some of the bigger pharmas and academic centers on implementing this for a whole range of things, like newer cell therapy stuff, but also more fundamental drug discovery, because actually even in the more classical small molecule and biologic spaces, there's a lot of interesting mechanistic questions people want to answer. So that's what we're doing. The company's about 10 people right now. We've been moving pretty quickly with getting this out there in the hands of partners. And it's been exciting being in this space of helping to enable many things this time versus
one thing.
Versus one thing, yeah.
You diversified your partnerships in terms of what you were doing.
Yeah.
So as you said, simple and stupid, but it's more like clean, right? This is a clean delivery model where you're saying that there's less impact to the cell, so you're able to get your desired product in the cell, see the effects without all the other...
Exactly. Like there's no vector elements, there's no special chemicals, there's no field or electric field effects, stuff like that. It's a very clean system, so it keeps the cells happier. And because it's just like a simple diffusion of material, you're much more flexible on what it is you're delivering, because like the chemical properties of a peptide or a protein are super different from an RNA or DNA. And in our case, we don't care.
Yeah.
But with a lot of these other systems, that really matters.
So it's kind of groundbreaking. This is a whole new way of doing this delivery method.
I'm super biased, but I agree.
Yeah. but in terms of protecting this IP, so your company has the IP for this approach to doing.
Yeah. So we have like 7 patents filed. In cell therapy, which we want to help enable, is can you make them at the point of care? So we're not making an end-to-end point of care machine ourselves,
Yeah.
but creating the cartridges or the intel inside that enables you to have point of care machines, and that's where some of our partnerships, like the one with Fresenius and a few of the other smaller companies that are trying to disrupt the space, we're hoping to be the intel to their whatever laptop.
Yeah, whatever they're going to build with it.
Yeah.
And so Portal Bio is a platform that
Yeah.
you see that can be applied across the board in healthcare.
Exactly, and so that's most of what we're focused on right now is really helping to solve this delivery problem in a friendly, integrable way with a lot of other systems. And further down the line, another thing we're excited about, but we don't spend too much time on it just yet, is thinking about, okay, if you've now helped solve the problems of delivery, what are other enhancements you can help do to the cells? Because right now, most of cell therapy is focused around genetic modification of cells. And there was a lot of FDA news recently about how you get nervous about these genetic mods and what kind of long-term side effects they may have. Now, in late-line oncology, that's probably fine. Like, these poor people's alternative was death. They're going to take the treatment. But if you're talking about using cell therapy in, like, first-line oncology or a lot of non-life-threatening settings, even if it's a 0.1% chance of a malignancy in the future, like, are you really going to take it? And that's where I think what we can help enable is using a lot of non-genetic modifications. So deliver transient cargoes like mRNA, siRNA, et cetera, instead of doing a DNA mod. And by doing that, you can actually perpetuate a lot of different functions in these cells. So with Portal, again, we're not trying to get into the therapeutics, but our thought is, can you create essentially software modules for cells? So mixes of RNA that you can deliver that might make an exhausted T cell into a memory T cell, or turn an iPSC into a dopaminergic neuron, or something like that.
That's amazing. And then in terms of the Bullpen and the Bullpen community, what's your ask?
Honestly, like, partnership stuff is probably the most interesting thing to us, because we really want to help enable many different groups with the platform. And there's some applications we think about and obsess about, but there's plenty of things we probably haven't thought of that others here are way better at or have thought through much more. So any partnership opportunities, and we try to make it as easy as possible to work together, because our intent is always, like, if it all works out, it'll be win-win. We're not trying to do any complicated structures up front.
That's amazing, sir. Armand Chouret of Portal Bio, thank you for being here today.
Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Bullpen. I want to first say what a day it's turned out to be. Amazing. It's maybe 55 in San Francisco. This doesn't happen in January. It's been a blessing for us to have a great day. And I'm being directed at the cameras here. I suck at this part of my job. So everybody, please deal with me. But I do have really two great friends to introduce to you today. Friends, mentors, especially this one. This one is becoming more and more influential each day of my life. I don't know how I feel about this because, You're welcome. But, in the Bullpen, we're looking for this, right? We're looking for people that are going to push us in the right direction. Personally, I like to be around excellent people, good people, who care about me. And these two, I think, care about people in general and a little bit about me. But I want to ask Stella to introduce herself and talk a little bit about your background, your career, and let everybody know who you are.
Well, thanks, Christian. First of all, it's been an amazing journey with Bullpen, and what Christian has done is fantastic. And he's built an amazing community of founders that I wish when I was a first-time CEO and the first-time founder that I had. The support that he has created here in Bullpen is close to none. So my journey actually is taking me from the bench, science, to therapeutics. Then out of Fox Chase Cancer Center residency, got recruited by Merck and really transformed from a science healthcare to, through my MBA, doing the traditional round, managed markets, marketing, sales, more managed markets, a lot of learnings and merger and acquisitions and joint ventures. And 20 years of large pharma, really checking every box. I really did not make any shortcuts. And then finally went into my role as a first-time CEO of a startup. And boy, did I had a learning that you don't have a huge infrastructure, legal systems, regulatory support, advisors, and all of those brand teams. So it was a very challenging to find the support system, people to talk to, mentors, when it feels like you're on your own, taking the company from bench to humans. So over the past 7 years of this journey, I really learned to, befriend the right people, be part of the right groups, and this point as a CEO of Licarda, do it right, and help others that are first time in this journey to get it right, to be that support system for somebody.
Stella, you've developed, and I've been taking notes, an amazing group of people who care about you in the industry because of your approach. I think you've always asked, how can I help you? It's one of the things you always say to me. It's very humbling when someone like you does that, actually, to know that, hey, I have steps I need to take in my leadership journey. So thank you for being a part of my life in the Bullpen. And I want to hear from James. James has taken a little different route into today's tools and services day in the Bullpen, and that's what we're going to talk about in a little bit. But James, how did you arrive here? Tell us about your career.
So I started as a scientist too, but my job as a chemist was making paint and watching it dry. And you can imagine I did not find that very fulfilling. And so then I went to law school like everyone else in the 90s, and I immediately did not find that very fulfilling. But I finished and came out with an excessive amount of debt, but in the meantime had gotten the online or new media bug back when it was new media and was just AOL, and went and worked for the TV show Extra. I apologize for those wasted moments of your life, for those of you who have watched it. I launched their new media division for that, doing interviews with celebrities, all that kind of stuff. So this kind of thing is old hat to me now, 30-something years later. And from that, then I realized I needed to pay off all the debt that I had incurred going to law school, and was very fortunate to find an alumnus of Tulane who took me under his wing and said, you would be miserable as a lawyer, because I had passed the bar and the patent bar to make my mother happy, and found me this job in tech transfer at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. And they wanted somebody who was multidisciplinary back when that was also novel and cool in the 90s. And the Beckman family had funded this institute where they put really crazy computer scientists by psychologists or things like that would have them co-develop things. And so that led to my entry into this crazy field, and I worked at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, then back home to Louisville, Kentucky, where they hired me at 30 years old to start an operation, which they never should have done, but I was from there, and they thought I would stay, and I did for 11 years. And then HHMI recruited me out to Washington, D.C., where I launched their tech transfer arm for the Junior Research Campus. And then Tulane, my alma mater for law school, was looking for this chief business officer. They thought they wanted to hire an MD or a DVM, and I ignored that. So I applied and got the job. And the whole kind of thing, like what Stella does and what Christian does, my mentality has always been you get more by sharing than by keeping things to yourself. And I think that's why we all resonate with each other. And academic institutions have a lot of tools and services. And the Junior Research Campus did nothing but develop tools and services for scientists. And their vision of innovation was producing things as cheaply as possible so that scientists could buy the most amount, even if they didn't make money. So it was really tech transfer in its purest sense. Now, with what they had was $19 billion at that point. They have even more now. They could afford to do that more easily than many institutions. But it really impacted my vision on these kinds of things and how you should share things more openly.
It's a great answer. You can tell James is a lot of fun. And I didn't tell you I was going to mention this, but what time of the year is it, James?
Oh, it's carnival season. So, yeah, I'm from New Orleans, and Saturday started 12th night. And we had my crew's Mardi Gras ball, and I am the reigning Merlin of King Arthur. So I'm second to the king, but, you know, right there.
It's amazing. And tonight we're having a happy hour. We have Fat Tuesday at JPM. So if you're watching, you're maybe stuck in the financial district, come down here. We'll put a camera on the bay right now. We're looking out at the Golden Gate Bridge, as I'm pointing out there. We have Alcatraz over here, and it's beautiful, and we have really, really cool people.
And your and your limited edition bullpen beads.
Oh, we have some
bullpen beads.
This
available only at JPM.
This is a collector bead, Tulane Medical School. Come get it. If you're a CEO or an investor who's interested in what we're talking about, which is helping each other. And we're pretty open to those types of people, excellent people who want to help each other. Stella, can you talk about some of the tools companies you're involved with right now? And today is Tools and Services Day, so we'll get back on topic.
Yes, so why is it important, right? So over the 25 years, I launched a lot of drugs, and I think we come to the point where we understand that there needs to be more innovation in drug delivery space. God knows when we created hot melt extrusion, then by then was used by Singulair for children, and that really changed how the medication just melts in your mouth. That is the drug delivery. Now we have cells, right? And we used to think that if we administer cell therapy, that the cells will just naturally figure out where to go and how long to stay there. Now we know we need to have a drug delivery to optimize which organ, how long it should stay. The same thing for biologics proteins. But the tools and services also about cryopreservation. How do we preserve these products? Then it's also about logistics. We talk about escalating costs to the system. Some of the logistics in transportation of these cell therapies cost more than the manufacturing. So how do we create novel ways to deliver drugs, to cryopreserve drugs, to transport drugs, to optimize the scaled manufacturing? So if we do have to come up with a novel vaccine on the fly, the whole system doesn't get paralyzed. So this is a very, very important day, and I think we should pay more attention to tools and services companies.
I'm going to give you a follow-up. You've invested in therapeutics. You've invested in tools and services. Now, therapeutics gets a lot of attention from the marketplace. How is a tools and services investment a little different from an investor perspective? And how are the returns different from maybe what you might see from a therapeutic?
Well, it's very different. So investing in therapeutics, you have to be in it for a very long haul, right? And we all understand the numbers sort of work against you in preclinical investment and how many companies actually make it through phase 3 and then into launch. And obviously it's 7 to 10 years if everything goes smoothly. In tools and services, you're investing in technology that sometimes is already applicable within next month, especially if you're optimizing a product that's already on the market, or you're optimizing cryopreservation for the product that's already on the market, or for us, you're optimizing drug delivery. So the return is a lot more immediate. Obviously, it depends on the technology and the readiness of the technology. But for those investors that are not quite ready to wait 7 to 10 years, tools and services, especially those that are commercialized or commercialized sooner, would be more interesting investment to start in healthcare.
Great answer. Thank you. So I'm a tools and services CEO and investor at this point, I guess I would say. I'm very excited about the opportunity. We serve therapeutics. We move them forward. We deliver value in different ways, and we can turn that investment quickly. I just want to say, for anybody thinking about tools and services company, you can go on the bullpen.ventures website. Our team at Anchor Websites built this awesome interface with our company, our member companies. Go to member hosts under the menu and search for tools and services. And look at what these folks are doing. It's quite amazing. It's a very exciting part of our ecosystem. And Stella has been one of the premier leaders, quite frankly, in turning these companies. So she has a profile on our website. You can request a meeting with Stella. She knows companies she can introduce you to, and she can talk you through if you're serious about it, investing in this space. So James, how does Tulane Medical School look at tools and services? What's the tie there? Why are you investing in this conference today?
Well, so it's interesting. So we look at it from several perspectives. One is tools and services that we as an academic medical center can offer, whether that be PDX mouse models to deliver personalized cancer therapies, data analytics through our School of Science and Engineering, which is adjacent, or things like that. We also look at the companies that have spun out of Tulane, companies like Informuta, which analyzes data for precision medicine, or then companies which are providing more rapid drug testing, like Obatala, or then we have Bioaesthetics, which does tools and services, and we also have AxoSim, which is brain on a chip, nerve on a chip, ways of doing things better, cheaper, faster, so that drugs get to people more readily. But then as an academic medical center, we're looking for any company out there with a tool or service that can impact the scientific or clinical or patient enterprise that we might become clients for, whether it's us or our partner of LCMC Health in our hospital system, because we want to become a destination center in the Gulf South where everyone can come both to get their health care, but also to have a really good time and a great meal.
Okay. Awesome people, awesome location. We're going to do this again at Bio. You going to be at Bio?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Stella?
Absolutely.
All right. If you want to meet Stella and James, we're going to be at Bio. I'm ready to wrap up this session because there's a whole, I don't know, group.
There's a
maybe
party over there.
maybe we got to get the cameras on it because there's maybe 100 people upstairs enjoying a happy hour. We want to join them. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Bullpen, for getting involved at JPM. And James and Stella, I can't wait to keep working with you and improving tools and services.
Likewise.
Thank you, everyone.
Likewise. Thanks for putting us together.